Hassan Badon, Minister of Defense and Minister in charge of the relations with the Parliament of Djibouti. Professor Carlos Ruiz Miguel, Professor of Constitutional Law at the University of Santiago.
Chers collègues,
dear colleagues, I'd like to welcome to our guests and to you all. I think that yesterday we had a very long, hard day, and you could not be here this morning to resume our proceedings. I'd like to thank the interpreters, the stenotypists, and the members of the media and those who all support us in our work. I'd like honourable members, in accordance with Article 9 of the Rules of Procedure, to move on to the administration of oath of our new members. I'd like to invite the clerk of the parliament to invite the new members to come and clerk, you have the floor.
Honorable members, today there are 2 new members to be sworn in. I'll start with Chad. Honorable Mahamat Saleh Maki.
Moi, Mohamed Saleh.
I, Mohamed Saleh Meki, member of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby solemnly declare before the African people and God that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So I so affirm.
From the Seychelles, Honorable Wavel Ramkalawan.
I, Weval John Charles from Calawan, hereby swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Thank you, honorable members.
Chers collègues,
Dear colleagues, many friends and member states of our organization wanted to extend messages of solidarity yesterday, but because of our heavy schedule yesterday, we will be receiving these messages of solidarity over the week. Let's hear from two today, one from His Excellency Ali Hassan Bahdoum, Minister of Defense and Minister in charge of the relations with the Parliament of Djibouti, who is our interlocutor between the government and the legislative body. Your Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Honorable Président.
Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Roger Ndong, Honourable MPs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to express my deep gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament for the privilege accorded to me to address this august assembly and to address the representatives of the African people, to echo those who believe in Africa, believe in the African Union and in Africa and in the development of our continent. The vision of our heads of state and government to grant the Pan-African Parliament legislative powers is extremely important. In this regard, Djibouti signed in April 2015 the revised protocol to the Pan-African Parliament, and the ratification process will follow its course, its normal course, according to the processes that govern the legal text of the African Union. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, in pursuance of the decision of heads of state of government of the African Union adopted in July 2016 in Kigali, the Republic of Djibouti included a law of 2% of its import of its 2017 budget. This allowance will contribute to the financing of the Union that will be less dependent to external financing. Furthermore, I'm pleased to inform you that the Republic of Djibouti submitted its evaluation report of the APRM in January 2017 during the Assembly of the Addis Ababa Assembly. In this respect, the members of the APRM have heard from His Excellency the President of Djibouti and commended him for the ambitious program as well as the promising projects, be them road or railways projects. Honourable MPs, the two heads of state who graced us with their presence yesterday presented that the focused on the issue of terrorism. This plague that affects the world, the entire world. The Republic of Djibouti is struggling and fighting against terrorism and is putting all it means in order to eradicate it. In this respect, my country is one of the countries that defend the sovereign nation of Somalia with strong troops along with the AMISOM force, and I pay tribute here to all the soldiers that face terrorism in Africa and all over the world. The entry into force of the new protocol of the Pan-African Parliament will enable the harmonization of our legal instruments and facilitate the active implementation of the policies and objectives of the African Union and the preparation of law models and the reinforcement of solidarity and cooperation, as well as the development of the continent and the creation of a sense of national and continental community. Africa, this continent that needs to have model and common models and references. The Pan-African Parliament will constitute this common reference and model. The Republic of Djibouti, through me, reiterates its support to the activities of the Pan-African Parliament, and based on the regular reports of the Djiboutian MPs, our government will be informed of the relevant actions to be conducted through the Pan-African Parliament in favor of our continent. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the member states of the African Union who have already ratified the protocol and encourage those who have not done so to sign it in the as soon as possible in order for us to attain our objectives. Once again, I would like to express my to encourage all the African countries to work for the African continent. Long live the Pan-African Parliament, long live the African Union, long live Africa. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ministers. I'd like now to commend and a round of applause for this good news coming from Djibouti, and I would like to invite all the countries of the continent to follow suit. Dear colleagues, I would like now to give the floor to Professor Carlos Ruiz Miguel, Professor of Constitutional Law at the University of Santiago, to deliver his message. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Royal Nkoto Tank, honorable members of this Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a privilege to be invited to address to the Pan-African Parliament. I come before you in my capacity of law professor. I never held any political position in any political party or government. But for 25 years, I have carried legal research on an issue that is one of the keys in the activities of the African Union. I just want to present some ideas with intent to contribute to the success of your important tasks. Let me speak about some legal considerations of the economic activities in the Western Sahara and the right of self-determination of its people. First of all, let me remind you that the idea of self-determination of the peoples have been clarified since 1960, when the United Nations passed this important resolution 1540, declaring that all peoples have the right to self-determination, and by virtue of this right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. This is an imperative norm in the international law. This right to self-determination correspond to obligations. Every right corresponds to obligations. It has been focused, the political side of the right to self-determination, by many authors, by many works, but the right to self-determination has also an economic side that, in my opinion, has been neglected, and that it is not less important than the political one. The right to freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development is one side of the right to self-determination. The covenants, the international covenants of the United Nations on political rights, on social and economic rights, say that all peoples may, for their own ends, freely dispose of their natural wealth and resources. This economic right corresponds to economic obligations. Yet, in 1970, the United Nations established, and I quote, in the Program of Action for the Full Implementation of Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, that member states shall wage a vigorous and sustained campaign against activities and practices of foreign economic, financial, and other interests operating in colonial territories and on behalf of colonial powers and their allies, as these constitute a major obstacle to the achievement of the goals embodied in Resolution 1514. Member states shall consider the adoption of necessary steps to have their nationals and companies under their jurisdiction discontinue such activities and practices. More recently, the General Assembly resolution on economic and other activities which affect the interests of the people of the non-self-governing territories has invited all governments to take all possible measures to ensure that the permanent sovereignty of the peoples of the non-self-governing territories over their natural resources is fully respected and safeguarded in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations on decolonization. These are quotes of the United Nations resolutions, is not my opinion. Well, what are the legal remedies against the violations of the right to self-determination? First, the fulfillment of these international legal provisions regarding the right to self-determination relies on the states of the international community themselves. Every state has the duty to refrain from any forcible action which deprives people referred to above, the colonial peoples, in the elaboration of the present principle of the right to self-determination. This is a quote from the Declaration on Principles of International Law, which is also an imperative norm of international law to be considered. Anyway, the remedy relies on the states themselves. But what happens if the states themselves don't fulfill its obligation? Well, the international law also grants the peoples entitled to their right to self-determination to resist against all the measures. Further, in the case of certain African colonies, the United Nations adopted a resolution condemning the economic practices carried by states or by individuals that hindered that right. I just want to remember you the case of Namibia. Well, what are the economic consequences of this right to self-determination of the Sahrawi people? There's no doubt, there's no debate. It's clear that the people of Western Sahara has a right to self-determination. It is clear also because the United Nations themselves have made it clear that this people is composed by the indigenous people of the territory. Indigenous people, which is considered in the list of voters allowed to participate in the referendum of the self-determination made by the United Nations Mission for the referendum and communicated to the parties on January 2000. Well, as far as the economic content of the right to self-determination is concerned, several legal steps have been taken that I think should be reminded here. Firstly, in the resolution 3292 of the General Assembly of the United Nations, the General Assembly reiterated the invitation to all states to observe the resolutions of the General Assembly regarding the activities of foreign economic and financial interest in the territory and to abstain to contribute by their investments or immigration policy to the maintenance of the colonial situation of the territory. Later, the legal opinion of the Under-Secretary General for Legal Affairs, Legal Council of the United Nations in 2002 reiterated these obligations when it said that if further exploitation activities were to proceed in the Western Sahara in disregard of the interests and wishes of the people of Western Sahara, they could be in violation of the principles of international law applicable to mineral resource activities in non-self-governing territories. Well, the different bodies of the African Union have addressed this issue of the legality of the economic activities carried in the occupied zone of the Western Sahara. Let me remind some of those important steps taken by the African Union. First of all, the then President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Betel Nemeka Amadi, the 1st of December of 2013, wrote an official letter to the President of the European Parliament, reminding him the legal opinion of the United Nations and urging the European Parliament not to approve the European Union Morocco Fisheries Protocol for the obvious negative legal, political, and ethical implication on the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of the Western Sahara people. As the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, it has dealt with this issue in different decisions. 27th of March 2015, 11th February 2016, and 6th April 2016. Also, the Office of the Legal Counsel of the African Union Commission issued in September 2015 an important legal opinion transmitted as official document of the United Nations that states as follows: any exploration and exploitation of natural resources by Morocco, any other state, group of states, or foreign companies engaged by Morocco in Western Sahara is illegal, since they violate international law and resolutions of the United Nations and the African Union. On December of 2015, the President of the African Union Commission issued a press release reminding that the African Union has repeatedly called on all concerned to halt the exploitation of the Western Sahara resources. Finally, on April 20th, 2016, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights passed a resolution urging international organizations and other members of the international community not to support and recognize trade or investment agreements contrary to the rights of the people of Western Sahara over their natural resources on the territory. Well, very recently, in December 2016, the Court of Justice of the European Union showed how the political and the economic side of the self-determination are linked, insofar that just because the Western Sahara enjoys a separate and distinct political status, the Kingdom of Morocco cannot sign an economic agreement, including the Western Sahara. Now, and I finish, as you maybe are aware, in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, a court of justice has been requested to decide if a cargo, the cherry blossom, loaded in the capital of the Western Sahara with phosphate extracted from a mine in the occupied territory crossing through the waters under the maritime jurisdiction of South Africa, is violating the law. It has been announced that the court will issue its decision on the case on May 18th. Well, I come to the end of this communication. Western Sahara is a rich country. The exploitation of the natural resources is being carried mostly on the interest of the occupying power and against the will explicitly expressed of the representative of the people of Western Sahara. These economic activities hinder the political process in the Western Sahara and violate, as the United Nations, the European Union and the African Union has repeatedly said, the relevant provisions of international law. It is in the interest of the rule of law, which is the most important condition to a long-standing stability of the continent, to put an end to this situation and enforce the international law. Also, the provisions regarding the economic activities. I thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to thank the Minister of Defense of Djibouti and Professor Miguel for their messages of solidarity. And I wish you a safe return to Djibouti, to the Minister, who will address the thorny issue of terrorism. You have our support, and we count on you to fight and succeed in this struggle, which is not a struggle of one country, but the struggle of Africa as a whole. We thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Dear colleagues, in accordance with our rules and regulation, I invite our colleague from the Arab Parliament to enter the chamber. I would also like to recognize the Moroccan delegation, which is following our deliberations as observer. You are most welcome.
Bonjour.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament, dear colleagues. I have the honor today to preside over this session while our president will present the activity report. And I ask you to be indulgent with me, and I thank you very much for being here. Let me now call on the clerk to read out the first item on the agenda.
Presentation and debates on the activity report of the Pan-African Parliament.
Monsieur le Président, vous avez la parole.
Honorable President, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Vice Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, chairpersons of the permanent committees, ladies and gentlemen, chairpersons of the regional caucuses, honorable members of parliament. It is my duty to present to you the issues, and I will be listening to any observations or comments that you would like to make following the presentation of the report on the activities of the Pan-African Parliament from October 2016 to April 2017. This report includes the following. Number one, introduction, which sums up the above-mentioned period, and it announces the various activities that took place during that period. I apologize unless I make a mistake. I understand that the document was distributed to all the members of the Pan-African Parliament. This introduction thus covers the third session of the fourth parliament that we held in Egypt at Sharm el-Sheikh. And the deliberations have been very decisive for our parliament. At this stage, on your behalf and on my behalf, I would like to thank the highest authorities of the Republic of Egypt, and first and foremost, His Excellency Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Republic, the government, and the National Assembly for the warm and fraternal welcome afforded to us in Egypt. I therefore would like to ask our Egyptian colleagues to transmit again these words of appreciation to the President. After the third session, the Pan-African Parliament traveled to Marrakesh to attend the 22nd Conference of the United Nations on Climate Change. This delegation, which initially was not an official PAP delegation, because the various members of the delegation were co-opted by member states. But upon our arrival in Marrakesh, we formed a PAP delegation and thus actively participated in all negotiations. And the President and the fourth Vice President made presentations on the Parliamentary Forum on Climate Change during Africa Day, and that was a very successful event. Upon our return from Morocco, the Pan-African Parliament, its bureau, representing all the members of Parliament, traveled to the January 27 AU Summit, a summit during which the chairperson of the African Union was elected. His name is His Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat from Chad. as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the AU Commission, Mr. Thomas Kwesi Kwarte from Ghana, as well as the commissioners. We would like to ask our colleagues from these countries to transmit to their illustrious people the congratulations from the Pan-African Parliament and reassure them that we stand ready to collaborate with the Commission. The President of the Pan-African Parliament was appointed to serve in the committee in charge of restructuring the African Union and its organs following the President Kagame report. Thirdly, the PAP requested to hold an extraordinary session for the appointment of the clerk and deputy clerk legislative business. A decision was taken to that effect, and the session indeed met on 6 March. It's on the 6th of March. And the purpose was to present the names of the candidates to be appointed in the positions of clerk and deputy clerk in charge of legislative business and conference. The following candidates are the clerk, Mr. Vipya Harawa from Malawi, deputy clerk, legislative business and conferences, Mr. Gali Masaharu from Chad. Following administrative formalities, these two people took the oath before the Bureau of your Parliament, as stipulated in Rule 20 of our Rules of Procedure, and they effectively took office. During the same period, the permanent committees met, and here you have a summary of all the committees that met. These include, among others, the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, which met on 8 March 2007, and it held a workshop on the fight against terrorism on the continent prior to its statutory meeting. Another workshop on the fight against gender-based violence through education was organized by the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability. A brainstorming session on the Sustainable Development Goals post-2015 was held on the 9th, enabling the committees to discuss the expected role of the Pan-African Parliament and national parliaments in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The workshop designated the Committee on Agriculture, Rural Economy, Natural Resources and Environment to be the lead committee on Sustainable Development Goals, given that 7 out of the 17 SDGs relate to themes covered by this committee. Statutory meeting. Many members participated in statutory meetings, as indicated. Meeting of the leading organs of South Africa upon the invitation of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson of the Council of Provinces. The President participated in the State of the Nation address in Cape Town. On this occasion, the President met the 2 chairs of these chambers, where we talked about security, as well as the revision of the annexes to the Pan-African to the protocol. And the President, after that, was invited by the King of Swaziland to participate in the State of the Nation address in this country, and beginning of February. And following that, the King invited the President to discuss 2 issues. The first was related to the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the only sub-region which does not yet have a running parliament. and its current chairperson being Swaziland, and we have discussed this issue. The king took a note, and he said he would take that issue to the next extraordinary session of SADC. But the highlight of our meeting was the ratification by Swaziland of the revised Malabo Protocol. His Majesty, the King, reassured me that his country could not miss out on the current drive, which is to make Africa the United States of Africa by instituting a legislative parliament. Several other meetings took place and workshops where we were represented. Now, the fact-finding missions. In order to promote human and people's rights and entrench democratic institutions, good governance, transparency, and the rule of law, the Committee on Trade, Customs, and Immigration Matters of the Pan-African Parliament organized, in collaboration with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, a fact-finding mission to Chirundu one-stop border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe from 12 to 14 March 2017 in Zambia. The purpose of the mission was to enable the members of the parliament to gain insight and understanding of the free movement of people at the Chirundu border post. Election observation missions. Several PAP members participated in election observation missions during this period. These include missions to Cape Verde, Ghana, the Democratic Republic of Congo. There must be an error that they have not yet had elections. Then it's Cote d'Ivoire and the Gambia, and recently in the Arab Republic of Algeria. We need to correct the text. The DRC has not yet held elections, as far as I'm concerned, says the president. It must be Congo, Brazzaville, the Republic of Congo. Now, on the PAP budget, we have all adopted the PAP budget with the per diem. That is the term that we prefer, not the word allowances. It's a per diem because it was negotiated with the African Union that you would receive these per diems. And this exercise had some challenges, but after the meeting with the Committee on Finance, everything will come back to the regular order, and this will be in line with the idea that we took to the PRC. In terms of parliamentary relations and resource mobilization, let me remind you that on 30 December 2016 until 10 January, a mission of the Pan-African Parliament, upon the initiative of the Republic of Sudan, traveled to the United States of America. The objective of that mission was to achieve the lifting of the economic sanctions against this country. Let me remind you that Sudan and the United States have already negotiated the lifting of these sanctions, but the main challenge was that these sanctions should take place before President Obama leaves office. However, when we traveled to the United States, we realized that the Obama administration was in the process of transmitting this issue to the Trump administration. So that was the subject of our discussion in the main. And we've succeeded to convince the Obama administration to lift the sanctions, because if this issue had been transferred to the Trump administration's, negotiations would have encountered more challenges. negotiations could have started. And that is why we managed to bring this to the Department of State as well as the American Congress. And this meeting not only enabled us to address the State Department, but also to call for a memorandum of understanding with the American Congress so that we could address matters of common interest, such as security, freedom of movement of goods, the rule of law, terrorism, an issue on which the American government is quite focused. During the same period, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, upon the invitation of the Speaker of the Mediterranean Parliament, traveled to Porto in Portugal to attend the session of this regional parliament. It is important to note that only African and Mediterranean countries, these countries are most concerned by the challenge of migration of young people. And the President of the Pan-African Parliament signed a convention with the European Parliament. This is a convention amounting to 1.8 million euros for the implementation of the 3-year plan running from 2017-2021. It needs to be noted that this was the culmination of a long negotiation process, and the main objective of this financing is the establishment in Africa of the rule of law and liberty of the people. Turning to administrative issues, once again, let me underscore that the harmonization process of our administration will be expedited through the establishment and the expanding of the administration, because the deputy clerk in charge of finance, who was acting clerk, as well as the director of conferences, who is acting deputy clerk in charge of legislative business, could not resolve the matters alone. Now that the clerk took office, I instruct the clerk to ensure, as the proposals have been made, to establish rules of procedure for the Pan-African Parliament, as well as a code of conduct, and also a financial procedure manual. And this will help us to address issues with the staff. There are also the issues of working permits, another matter that was discussed under administrative matters. Now, in terms of capacity building, our members of parliament traveled to Nairobi. Côte d'Ivoire, in Senegal, and Ghana. Through a cooperation between IBAR, ACBF, on capacity building programs. As for the PAP's visibility, all this work was thanks to your support, and the main purpose is to raise the visibility of our parliament, not only on a continental level, but far beyond, because, dear colleagues, we have lofty ambitions. When the Pan-African Parliament and the State Department held talks, we realized that we've never met, and we decided to quickly get into contact with the American State Department. And we had to send copies of our passports to have this meeting arranged. So this is an example that, as members of parliament, we're not recognized on the continent. We don't have the rights that are worthy of our ranks. This is the case in Africa. It won't be the case anywhere else. That is why we are working hard to increase the visibility of the PAP. And today, social media, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter are working in following languages, Portuguese, Arabic, French, and English, to disseminate and popularize the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. And just yesterday, the Parliament opened its session live on SABC, the national television, but also Africa 24, to cover the French-speaking areas. In closing, it is together that we arrived at this point. And it is together that we will continue to head forward. But we should not forget that this above-mentioned efforts were a teamwork. We need the efforts of each and everyone so we can build the Pan-African Parliament. I apologize for the few mistakes in the report, and I put this to the chamber for discussion. I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for the presentation of this very comprehensive and concise report. We will now move to the debate. Let me remind you that I have a list of 22 speakers that I will call out. But let me also point out that those who entered their names this morning, there will be a subsequent list, so do not worry if you don't hear your name. We will start with Honorable Chief Fortune Chirumbira from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't hear how much time I'm allocated so that I can structure my speech properly. I will assume it is 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the...
3 minutes.
Sorry,
Three minutes. 3 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you. Let me thank the President for the comprehensive activity report. Indeed, we are informed, very well informed, as to what the activities of the Bureau have been in the PAP in general. My comments in just strengthening the report. First of all, Mr. President, in this report, we also expected that you would tell us how far and how we are doing on the ratification of the new legislative PAP protocol. I think that will be a very important issue. How are we doing? Where are we? How many countries? It appears we are not moving as fast. What are the challenges? What strategic and tactical arrangements can we put in place? Next is the host country agreement, Mr. President, where it's now encouraging from my own side. We see the security situation on the ground has improved from the airport to hotels. I think it's a subject that still we are discussing, but just to compliment the government of South Africa, that they seem to be responding to our concerns about security. I know more can be done, but they should not forget to also give us the diplomatic identity cards for MPs. Mr. President, election observer missions, when are we getting back to the PAP election observer missions so that we debate the reports on what is happening in elections in other countries and the status of PAP members in these missions with the AU? I think is something that is urgent, that PAP members are not degraded in these missions to be subservient junior to some AU junior members of staff. The issue of PAP visibility, Mr. President, last night in the hotel I was watching TV, the SABC said they did a survey on the continent of PAP visibility, and they were saying 82% of people said they did not know PAP, 18 said they knew PAP. Of the 18 who said they know PAP, they say we've heard of PAP, 70% we've heard of PAP, but 70%, but we don't know what they do. So I think we need to work hard in that area, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Tekle Tesema Baramo from Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to thank the President for the endeavors that have been doing to bring this institution forward. And also, I would like to thank also for the endeavor that have made for the lifting of Sudanese sanction, and also to strengthen our relations with our partners, and also to mobilize the resource for this institution. Having said that, however, I couldn't see on this report what we have planned to do in this year. I expect the activity report must be based on the plan that we have set, but it only refers to the activity that we have done, no reference to the plan. We have to see on what stage and to what extent we are implementing our plan. So this is one issue. And the next, regarding the security of the Republic of South Africa and the PAP members, on page 4, it mentions that there are, on so many issues, the President and the delegation have discussed with the issue of security, but what are the achievements? What is the result? We need the result. So it doesn't show the result we achieved. And also on page 2, it says that we will discuss in this session for the issue. I think it's better to discuss on the root causes of the security issue in the Republic of South Africa. The issue must not be only to the PAP members. Our people are facing the security, they are not secured. So that what the people of Africa, Republic of South Africa say for this issue, what the officials say, we have to assess and we have to dig out the root causes for this issue strategically. Unless and otherwise, we cannot solve the problem by police guard and so on. And the third, regarding the activity report, I am reading the functions of PAP. There are so many basic functions of PAP, but on which functions we are based, we have given on the protocol. There are so many functions on the policy of policies and the strategies of AU, and the integration of AU, and so on. But on the basis of that, on which functions we are going on. And the last, on page 10, there are capacity building programs have been undertaken on Senegal, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Kenya. But some of us, we don't have even information. We all need to build our capacity. We don't know who is electing that members, the national delegation, caucus, or any other. It must be transparent. I thank you.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor now to Honorable Dr. Nadi Matem from South Africa. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. The President of the Pan-Africanist Parliament, members of this august House, it is indeed very, very encouraging to hear that members are beginning to see some steps taken by the host country towards their comfort and their security. That is very encouraging, Madam President. it means our slogan that says One Africa, One Voice is beginning to take shape. Unlike in the past where we seem to be talking past one another. I also would like to express appreciation for the efforts by our one and only President of the Pan-Africanist Parliament. You may not be aware of the efforts he goes into. One day in Cape Town, I just bumped against him entering the precinct of Parliament. He is working very, very, very hard. The improvement in security that we are beginning to experience is just not happening. It is due to hard work by the leaders of this parliament as well as the leaders of the Republic of South Africa. Madam President, I must say, even to us, the delegates from South Africa, with the veteran Mam Memela somewhere there, you can imagine how torturous it used to be for us to move throughout the hospital looking for members of this parliament who for one other reason have been unfortunate when coming here. They would ask us, what's the name of the member? We don't know the name. What does she look like or he? We didn't know, but we just said, is a member of the Pan-Africanist Parliament. We are told he or she has come to the hospital. So, Madam President, the comfort, the peace of mind is not only to the members of this parliament, it is also to us as a host country. Let me latch onto the issue by the speaker before me, that the insecurity is not only limited to members of parliament, is limited to the people of the continent in general. May I remind ourselves once more, ma'am, that we need as a continent to address the pull and the push factors that is creating the commotion that we are noticing in the whole world, not only in Africa. It's a sad story when we see our people die in the Mediterranean in search of a better life for all. So I would finally, Madam President, suggest that let us have those landmarks which we will monitor from time to time. When we say guns must be silenced, let us have a mechanism that is going to monitor. Are we succeeding in silencing the guns? When we say Africa is a young continent, let us have a mechanism which will ensure that indeed the lives is getting improved. I thank you, Madam President.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matemba. I think that you addressed a very relevant issue indeed. We thank the honorables from South Africa to have contributed to our security and for having supported our president. And I also thank all the honorables here present today. Now, I give the floor to Honorable Joseph Mbandame from Cameroon. I do apologize for mispronouncing the names.
I want to say that I had many questions, but the report has been very exhaustive and very explanatory. However, want to dwell on this issue of exploring the option of carrying out our own self-funded election observation missions as it was done in the past. In fact, to those of us who have been quite a while in this house, we can remember the good days when we used to send out election observations. Our reports were presented exhaustively to this house, and we took recommendations of far-reaching effects. Today, we find ourselves under this phenomenon of observing elections under the auspices of the Commission. and will now travel in economic class, while the senior staff of the AU Commission travel in business and even in first class. I think the original practice was good, and I'm moving that we better debate this issue during this session and take a stand. Otherwise, members would be very weary to continue to observe elections. Thank you very much.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Santos Vinita Kilia from South Africa. You have the floor.
Madam President, Mr. President, thank you for that report. It's quite a comprehensive one. I would like to pose a question with regard to the MOUs. In the report, you refer to the MOU presented by the High Commissioner of Palestine, and it indicates in the report that this was considered by the Committee on International Relations and Rules. I sit on the Rules Committee, and I've never caught sight of this particular MOU. With regard to MOUs, sir, I think it's prudent for those MOUs to come before this House so that the members can familiarize themselves with the content of it. When we go back to our parliament, we have to indicate how we felt about these and whether it's in line with the policy of our own respective governments. Congratulations on being put on the committee to look at the restructuring of the AU and its organs regarding the Kagame report. Can you please provide this House with any report on the progress of how this restructuring is going? And lastly, Mr. President, in your verbal report to this House, you mentioned the interactions with the King of Swaziland regarding the SADC report and your interactions with the US Congress. However, it's not in the printed version. And again, when we present these activity reports to our parliaments, full detail has to be there. So the report that was presented in written form this morning lacks those two details. And I hope that the Secretariat will remedy that. I thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable. I could not understand the second part of the question. Honorable Kellyan, could you please repeat the second part of your question, madam?
Speak. I was speaking French.
Regard to the content,
Well.
yes. In your verbal report this morning, you referred to your interaction with the King of Swaziland and the recommendations about transforming the SADC Parliament in a SADC forum into a formal parliament, and you also referred to your interactions with the Congress. However, that detail is not reflected in the written report. And I'd like that to be remedied. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, madame.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Kellyan. I give the floor to Honorable Zaligata Diallo from Guinea-Conakry. Thank you, madam. I wish to start by extending my congratulations to the President for the quality of the report submitted to us and for the presentation, which was very clear. An exhaustive report was submitted to us. I also congratulate the President and the Bureau and the Pan-African Parliament for the achievements made at the international level. The participation in COP22 and the participation in the AU summit, and our president was appointed to be part of the Committee on Restructuring the African Union following the Paul Kagame's report. I hail the success made, diplomatic success made, such as the participation of PAP in the meeting on lifting sanctions against Sudan. The Sudanese delegation presented a report on the impact, and we were really outraged by the impact of these economic sanctions on the development in Sudan, and the impact on education, health, and the like. If, however, the sanctions were not lifted by the Obama administration, serious problems would have happened, knowing that the ambassador of the African Union to the United States recalled the difficulties faced by Africa in dealing with the Trump administration. Also, on the issue of electoral observations, in page 8, you referred to the strategy for PAP to fund itself its own observation missions, electoral observation missions as in the past. I would like to know more about the strategy that was used then, and which strategy are you developing at the moment to fund these observations by PAP. On page 9, there is a reference to a number of memoranda of understanding. There is also the partnership agreement with the European Union. You referred to the obtaining 8.8 million euros over the next 3 years. You referred to a range of activities you wish to undertake. Here, I would like us to think more about the different regional caucuses. In the Sharm el-Sheikh meeting, in the caucus meetings, we put the question to our caucus, the West African caucus. And we were told that some activities were not carried out because of the lack of funds. This has to be taken into account so that the caucuses can carry out their action plans. I thank you, Doctor. I give the floor to Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Montaga from Ghana.
Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Let me also start by thanking the President with this House for the effort that we made in getting a partial lifting of sanctions on Sudan. And let me say that we are really very happy. Some of us are really excited for this partial lift. I hope that the government of Sudan will do whatever it takes to ensure that come July, the complete lifting of sanctions will happen. Mr. President, or Madam President, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate the Bureau on their effort to get allowances to members of PAP, but to say, like the report itself said, equity is a very important thing. You cannot have the level of disparity that we are seeing in the allowances. Whereas others are taking a whole period, others are taking for a sitting, and others are also taking per month. I think that in fairness to all of us, let's be very careful the way we spend money here. Let's ensure that there's equity in the way we disburse these allowances. And I think that the President and his team will take note of this. One of the very worrying concerns for me is about audit. It's true that in the report it stated that at Sharm el-Sheikh, all of us were there, some reports were presented. But remember, these were the internal audit report of PAP. As we speak, we do not have the report of the 2014 external audit of PAP. We do not have 2015. We are in 2017. Mr. President, make it a priority for you. It is the only thing that can show transparency in PAP. Since your tenure for 2 years now, we have not received external audit report of PAP. I don't think that is good enough. If you look at the report, it clearly says that the CAPA committee, they met between 6th and 11th of April to discuss 2014 external report, 2015, and other audit report. That is not good enough. None of us here who are familiar with auditing will tell me that that committee using just 6 days or 5 days will be enough to be able to audit all these reports and be able to present a very good report. Mr. President, with the greater respect to you and your team, make it a conscious effort to make sure that by the middle of the following year, we at least have the internal audit, and by the October sections, we have the external audit of the preceding year. I'm aware that the 2016 external audit has not yet been taken, but please, your effort in encouraging the auditing will encourage the external auditors to be able to do fast work, so that at least you will not leave and then people will come and say that, oh, when you were there, so and so happened. We want you to be able to prevent this report whilst you are still in office, so that all of us will be able to look at how you are executing your mandate and whether it is very efficient, and where there are comments, we will also be able to make those comments. Mr. President, one of the major issues that feature in the report has to do with working permit and visa issuance by the South African authority. I want to urge our colleagues in South Africa, the South African parliamentarians here, please talk to your country. Sometimes the actions and inactions of your government make some of us to doubt whether you really want Pan-Africa here. Because if PAP will advertise for a job, and then people who try to seek this job wants to come for an interview, and the South African government denies them visa, that would be very unfortunate. I have a current situation in Ghana where an advertised position was advertised by PAP, and a lady in Ghana wanted to come for an interview. She was denied visa severally, and she has to petition our Speaker of Parliament. And he had to call those of us who are in PAP here to present those things to us. Yes, you yourself have admitted that working permit is a problem, and you want to even carry the matter to AUC to intervene. I think our colleagues from South Africa, you have a responsibility. Please, let's understand one thing. We are saying that it is one Africa, one voice. Let's not treat each other with this kind of disrespect. Mr. President, lastly, very importantly, yes, the security situation has improved. Let's commend you and your team for the effort. But let's admit, it is not adequate. It is not adequate. I do not see prominent presence of the police in our hotels. Remember that most of the attacks that happen at hotels reception. Please, colleagues, let's not take a little improvement being adequate. Yes, we need to say that has happened, but they need to do more. They need to ensure our security whilst we are here. We need to guarantee the safety of every member here and the hotels where we stay. We cannot just accept just the little improvement as something that is okay and then we'll go to sleep. I'm happy that we'll be having the opportunity to discuss these security issues in details. But I want to add that detailed program on how to keep and maintain security in and around members of PAP should be given to all of us, so that we'll all be able to see it and be sure that we are all safe. Mr. President, let me say, you've complied with the rules that governs all of us. We'll continue to encourage you to do the best that you can with your team, so that PAP will move from greater heights, and hopefully the next report that you present will have even more details. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, honorable. Now I give the floor to Honorable Mohammed Al-Mukhtar. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start by extending my thanks to the President of the Parliament for the exhaustive report submitted to us to cover the previous period. Allow me to make the following corrections. In paragraph 2 in page 3 of the report of the Arabic draft, there is a reference to the sanctions against Sudan. These were not Western sanctions, actually, they were US sanctions, and I would like us to make this correction. There should be a reference to US sanctions, not Western sanctions. On behalf of the people and the government of Sudan, I would like to convey our sincere gratitude and thanks to PAP for their strong stand in support for Sudan and for the courageous decision made in Sharm el-Sheikh last October. I extend my thanks to President for following up this issue in all the meetings he held in the United States last January. This major effort made by the President had a major impact on the partial lifting of sanctions against Sudan. this partial lifting of the sanctions is related to other issues as indicated by Mr. Mubarak. We in the government of Sudan are making efforts to handle the matter, but we also need further support from the Pan-African Parliament. The most important issue at the moment is to delete the name of Sudan from the countries, the list of the countries promoting terrorism. And this is the issue that was raised by PAP, and I would like to invite the President to follow up the matter. The matter needs to be further followed up. What was achieved last January between PAP and the Congress was an opportunity to consolidate ties between the Pan-African Parliament and the American Congress, and to produce ties that are as strong as the ones between PAP and national parliaments. Now, there is also the question of security. Of course, some progress has been made. The President in his report referred to a decision that will be discussed during this session. We hope that the draft decision is circulated before adoption so that we can consider it and make a final decision. From my own experience, let me say that when we came to the airport, there was no police escort with us to go to the hotel. And I think that, and we could not find anybody from PAP to welcome us. And I believe that some delegations witnessed the same thing. There is also the issue of the fact that elections back home can coincide with our parliament's session. And we can delay our meeting for 4 or 5 days so that our members can participate in elections back home and in the PAP session. Because of 5 days, last time we were not able to participate in the session on elections. So this reduces the role of PAP. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now, allow me to give the floor to Honorable Issatou Soudiawara from Senegal.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, dear Chairperson, dear colleagues, we thank the President for his brilliant presentation, for his exhaustive report. The report shows that PAP is in good health indeed. This is an exhaustive report which shows in detail that all the committees are moving forward. Mr. President, your diplomacy is exemplary, and we thank you for having succeeded in lifting the embargo against Sudan. That was a crucial issue indeed. Mr. President, our major concern today is where are we when it comes to the ratification and the signature of the Malabo Protocol. If today we start making ourselves visible at the level of our countries and in other continents, if we cannot have 28 signatories, we are not going to move forward. With everything you're doing, I congratulate you on what you have been doing for supporting countries, but we have promises without output. What kind of strategy do we need to have 28 signatories? Mr. President, on the question of security, how can I put this? There has been some progress, but the main issue here is that when someone is attacked, what do we do? People lose their luggage and their property. If someone is injured, he's taken to a hospital, but there is this problem of the harm. How can this be compensated for? We lose our luggage, our jewelry, our money. but nothing in exchange. Of course, I was well treated at hospital, but you had to take out money from your pocket to help me. But there should be something to overcome, to compensate for this harm. Thank you.
Honorable Diawara.
Thank you, Honorable Diawara. I give the floor to Honorable Noruno Achade. From Benin, you have the floor, sir.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to congratulate and greet the President of PAP and the PAP staff. I want to encourage you, Mr. President, to move forward with the efforts you are making to make our Parliament visible. Mr. President, one of our colleagues indicated that we need to encourage you that by the end of the mandate we should reach a 50% level. I think that you can do it with your dynamism, Mr. President. I would like to know whether it is possible whether the committee meetings can take place in some countries. For instance, the Committee on Trade can hold a meeting in Benin. This will give PAP more visibility because the media will talk about it and will talk about PAP. And this applies to all the other committees within PAP. Mr. President, I would like to go back to the extraordinary session and what happened in the extraordinary session. And I would like to say that this should not happen again. With regard to the appointment of the clerk, and that decision almost divided our Parliament. And I don't want to. We don't want us to see this again. And there was a conflict of interest. You should know that all the countries cannot sit in your seats. You need to delegate powers to some people to represent you in the Bureau. It is not because I'm in the Bureau, my people should be in the administration. This is not the way it should work. Otherwise, we'll have more and more conflict. Let's avoid conflicts of interest. You are elected, you are a member of the Bureau, you are there for all of us, you represent all of us. I believe, having said this, I want us to consider our rules of procedure. In all parliaments, it is the Bureau and the President who appoint the clerk, and the clerk is not simply appointed to give the agenda. The President is not supposed to know everything about how PAP works. I'm going to finish now. The second item is the question of per diem. In your report, Mr. President, you referred to corrections, and I'm very happy to see that. We need to make these corrections because that jeopardized the previous session. We have the impression that there are honorable members and very, very honorable members. I think that you made the necessary corrections, and that's very good. Let me finish by talking about per diem. About the also the availability of the internet in our headquarters. The connection is hopeless. I would like to invite you, Mr. Chairman, to consider this, because the internet is a very good tool for us. It's an essential tool, and let's make it available to all of us here. Thank you.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chame.
And I'll give the floor to Honorable Ali Dosanfo from Burkina Faso. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one comment on, but before making this comment, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the PAP Bureau and its president. Thank them for inviting our president, the president of Burkina Faso, at the opening session. Not only in his capacity as a former parliamentarian, but also as a believer, a strong believer in a strong Africa, as announced by the fathers of Pan-Africanism. I'd like, therefore, to encourage the Parliament to continue this path, that is to invite strong personalities to our opening sessions. My comments is that Chairman Mubarak has already addressed it, that it is about the allowances. I'm not going to repeat it, but let me just say that we need to reconsider the matter, not the money issues, but for the sake of justice and equity and respect, especially. Because you know that all these makes our parliament stronger, and I do agree with the fact that those who are in the bureau, for instance, at different levels of responsibilities, have different treatment, but not the way it has been done so far. It would be desirable, for instance, that be treated per session, per year, I don't know, whatever, but just to find a difference, not to have a too big difference with the others that might be a source of discourage for others. I would suggest, therefore, so this was my comments. You know that in our countries this exists at the national levels. We can get inspired by our national parliaments to have a solution. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to Sulaiman Cissé from Sierra Leone.
I start my intervention by asking my president whether Cameroon has ratified the Malabo protocols. He promised us last time, and the other question is whether the other vice presidents have ratified the protocol. Charity begins at home, and he promised us the last time that Cameroon was on the way. I want to hear the good news from him. The question of visibility of PAP. If we, the members, cannot do it, why can't we hire a public relations firm to do it for us? As the honorable member from Zimbabwe said, nobody knows about PAP. So if we cannot sell PAP, why can't we hire a public relations firm to sell PAP? Having said that, I come to paragraph 3 of the report on CAP 22. Our vice president was humiliated, disgraced, arrested, and treated like a common criminal. Nothing is said in this report about it. I am disappointed. I said it before when they wanted to go to Captain. I said, let us don't go there because we are going to be humiliated. Our vice president was humiliated, arrested, and nothing is being done or said about it in this report. I'm disappointed. Also, on paragraph 5, the extraordinary session we had here on the position of the clerk. Mr. President, you are a good man. You are entitled to your team, but get your team through the correct way. Let the rules be obeyed. Was there a vote? Was the two-thirds majority discussed here and counted? Did they count numbers here? How many members here voted for the clerk here at the extraordinary session that had the two-thirds majority? No count was made. Nothing was done. It ended in chaos, and that should not happen. You are entitled to a team. You are entitled to a team. You are a good man. You work too hard for this. We do not want your good image to be tarnished over petty things that could be settled. an ordinary voice count. We know who voted for the clerks, who did not vote, what was the number. Simple as that. But that wasn't done. It ended in chaos, and we parted here not knowing what's happening. Please, Mr. President, enlighten us a little bit. We don't want that to be repeated again. This is a noble house. We look up to you as the leader. There's only one leader here, and that's Nkondo.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Mohamed Tayyib Laskri from Algeria. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no Spanish translation.
C'est bon. Allez-y, honorable.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to speak in Spanish. First of all, I'd like to extend my deep gratitude to the President of the Pan-African Parliament for his activity report. This is a very rich report in terms of activities. But let me flag some points that deserve some particular attention. The first point I would like to refer to is about the missions led by the Bureau and the delegations out of the headquarters and out of the statutory sessions. It is true that there are missions that have brought some interest to the Pan-African Parliament, that, for instance, the January mission to Washington that gave very palpable and tangible results following the meeting with the U.S. Department, the Senate, the Assembly, the press, etc. So immediately after that, there has been the alleviation of sanctions or the reduction of sanctions against our neighboring country, Sudan. But unfortunately, this is not captured in this report. However, other missions that do not really bear tangible results, such as COP21, COP22, where is the what are the positive results for Africa from these missions? We know about the climate. We still know that when it comes to climate change, African continent is still subject to the climate change. The carbon tax is not yet applied, etc. So I don't see any tangible results through these missions. The second point is one I have difficulties to understand, that is the meetings of committees. The committee sittings in statutory meetings, it is normal that we do a maximum of work and efficiently, but some work that is conducted outside the statutory committees. I'm referring to the meetings that are held some days before or some days after the statutory meetings. I don't see the point of having such meetings. I only see financial implications of these meetings, and that's it. The only point. Sorry, Madam Chair, just 2 minutes. 1 minute. So the point that has extensively been debated at the North Caucus regarding the representativity of the Northern Caucus, it is true that the election for the chair, vice chair, and rapporteur are made at the Commission. But since we are in a minority, all the elections are just bear no fruit when it comes to the Northern Caucus. However, in the rules of procedure, there is a fundamental point that says that the Bureau should make sure that the regions are well represented. There has been an attempt with your predecessor, but this was just unsuccessful. But so what can we propose? We can propose what's already been done in the national parliaments. That is, that there is some commissions are assigned some functions and responsibilities according to the number of MPs that are part of the MPs, and that the elections be held within the caucuses and not the committees. And in this way, we can ensure representativity. So either we make sure that the regions are well represented or not, and in this case, we just delete it from the rules of procedure. Now, regarding the missions for the election observations, my question is, how do you make the distribution or per region and per MPs? For instance, for the northern region, we had 8 nominations for the elections in Algeria. However, yet we had some 15 or 20 for other countries. So I think that we need to reconsider the way of doing things here. Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Jean-Patrice France from Mauritius. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, I will basically refer to the meeting that the President of PAP had in March with the Speaker of the South African Parliament, and during which discussions spoke to two extremely important issues, that is the revision of the host agreement and the security of the MPs. And I would like here that the President tell us what are the results, the outcome of this meeting. I'm not fully satisfied, because when we arrived, we indeed had police escort that accompanied us from the airport to the hotel. But we've just learned that some delegations have not benefited from the same treatment. And I can go beyond that and say that we should not. This security matter should not be limited to police escort from the airport to the hotel, but we need to have more security, more police cars and around the hotels, around the PAP precincts, and places, some specific places where we must have more security, more police presence. This is necessary. This is indispensable for our security, because we are an easy prey for all these wrongdoers. And I really hope that our President inform us about what's been done in this respect. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Samia Ahmed from Sahel Republic. I thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to join my brothers to thank the President for this report. Let me just go straight to the point. My first observation is that the report has fully explained the outcome of the negotiations and resource mobilization, but it was the outcomes or the results of the 2060 activities have not been fully explained. I'm referring specifically to some committees that have not been presented, whose activities have not been extensively explained, such as, for instance, the Committee on Justice, which I cannot understand. I would like to echo what has been said by my brother Al-Askari from Algeria regarding the region of North Africa and the problem of representativity, and the fact that the Bureau should make sure that the representativity is respected within the caucus of North Africa. You know that the Northern African region is experiencing particular conditions, and we really need to take into account this problem of representativity, and we really would like to express our disappointment in this respect. Now, regarding the COP22, there has been explanations given, but there has been also mistreatment by the host country towards an important member of the Pan-African Parliament, but this has not been reflected in the report. There should have been reference to this mistreatment in the report of the President. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Honorable Shitai Manele from Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and I would say thank you for the President for his explanatory report. After saying this, I would like say some comments about the report. That is, the report shouldn't be activity oriented. I believe that it should be plan oriented. We plan this, and we achieve this, and we face these problems, these challenges, and we are backward by these activities. So it should be oriented on plan. It is activity oriented that which says that we are simply doing what the activity is coming. We are not pre-oriented what we are interested to do, what we need to improve for the future, especially for the year from 2016 to 2017 up to now. So regarding to the report, it should be plan-oriented, and as my colleague said, it should include finance report. What was our budget for 2016, and what we did and what we left. This should be clearly stated on your report, because it gives us very clear information about what is going on in PAP. Secondly, as a committee member of, I am very happy that you are elected as a member of this Kigali reformation of AU. So I think as a president of Pan-African Parliament, you have to be the leader to bring reform in Africa. We need reform. We have to reform all the things, all the mentality, even what we have. So I think we have to lead, because we are representing, you represent Pan-African Parliament, and which means representing the people of Africa, the whole of Africa. So I think we have to use as a lead. And the other one, regarding to the item 7A, discussion with the host country, I appreciate the improvement. We have to appreciate what is done, and we have to ask what is not done. We have to have a balance. Therefore, I appreciate what the improvement, but it needs, in the report, there should be a clarity in what issues you agree and what issues. So there is a need, some clarification, the detail information, what is going on this issue. And I would add that is about the work permit. Even we have to discuss on this issue. There are holding issues in Ethiopia too. And the other thing regarding to the impact on workshops, it needs a follow-up. We had a lot of workshops, but we have to have a follow-up, a support, and what is the impact of that workshops in our respective countries or even in PAP. So the Bureau and even as a leader, the report has to show these ideas. Some are at the beginning, some at the middle. So it needs a follow-up. And lastly, each activity needs, that is the impact of the workshop, and the follow-up, and the report has to show the practical steps of each activities, like the COP, for example, in the Sudan, that is the embargo, there is a progress, it is shown clearly, and all activities has to impact. We have to do activities with impacts. Thank you very much.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Machine Shinamo from Zimbabwe.
Il n'est pas dans la salle.
Thank you, Madam President. The activity report shows that PAP is very busy, which is good, and that is what it should be. But unfortunately, this also shows how PAP is misfiring. PAP is misfiring. PAP is busy, yes, but busy misfiring. It is going astray. The major question is, what are the major problems or primary problems of Africa today? PAP should discuss and agree on a list of major or primary problems of Africa, and it is that list of problems that PAP should be busy dealing with, and not secondary issues. What is PAP doing about the massive pillage and looting of African resources that is going on in Africa today? What is PAP doing about the lack of unity in Africa and her people both at home and abroad? It is true that Pan-Africanism is relevant to the post-colonial and post-civil rights era, as it is to the pre-independence, as it was to the pre-independence and pre-civil rights era. What is PAP doing to promote Pan-Africanism? We all use the word Pan-Africanism from the OU to everybody, but we don't do anything about it. The illicit financial outflows from Africa is in billions and billions of dollars annually. How can Africa develop, industrialize, and eradicate extreme poverty among the majority of its people if this continues on? What is PAP doing about this? We had reports here about the illicit financial outflows from Africa, and we heard about the Panama Papers, which showed that Africa was losing billions and billions of dollars. And PAP has no follow-up, although these reports were presented in this session. I will be sending a proposal paper to all PAP members shortly about all this. Thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I'd like to inform you that I've just received another list of speakers of 20 persons. Therefore, please be as short as possible. That is, you have maximum of 3 minutes because time is of the essence. Madam, was that yesterday on yesterday's list? I'm not yet done with the first list. I'm just telling you that I do have a second list of speakers. I now give the floor to Honorable Bashir Mohammed from Sudan. I thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to the presentation of the report of activities, the very rich one, allow me, Madam Chairperson, to extend my thanks and to commend the President of the Pan-African Parliament and all the honourable members of the Parliament. I'd like to convey to you all the appreciation as well as the gratitude of all my people, the authorities, the government, and the people of Sudan for the common position and the courageous stand taken by the Pan-African Parliament in Sharm el-Sheikh in the Republic of Egypt when you unanimously refused and rejected the sanctions imposed on my country and your call for its lifting immediately. And this was with the as well as the meeting of our president with the highest authorities, U.S. authorities. This courageous stand and the meetings of the delegation with the U.S. institutions had major implications and impact on the lifting of sanctions against Sudan. And we expect from this Parliament and the President of our Parliament to continue their endeavor to completely and definitively lift the sanctions against my country. Madam Chairperson, I would like to extend to the President of the President of the Parliament and all the members their courageous positions and their endeavors to achieve integration and cooperation among the state, as well as achieving common positions and speaking with one voice in favor of the interests of the continent and the peoples of our continent, and which would enable us to harness our resources, natural resources. Once again, let me thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament and thank you all, and thank all the African leaders that have strong positions in supporting and backing Sudan and its people. I thank you. I thank you. I now give the floor to Honorable Mamadi Sidibé from Mali.
Il n'est pas dans la salle. Mais il était là tout à l'heure. Okay.
He's not in the room. Therefore, I give the floor to Honorable Martin Niterese from Burundi.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for giving me the floor. I would like to congratulate the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament and your team for the detailed report that you've presented. This attests to your commitment to work in transparency, and I thank you for it. I also congratulate you for the fruitful actions that have culminated in various partnerships and memoranda of understanding, which test to your diplomatic capacity. Madam President, it's also important to commend you upon the successful actions which have led to the partial measures unilaterally taken by the United States of America against the people of Sudan. Honorable President, we encourage you to continue these remarkable actions in order to liberate other African people threatened by unfair sanctions imposed by the West. Let me mention the people in Burundi, for example, who are threatened by sanctions unfairly imposed by the European Union at the request of Belgium. This was done with the ultimate goal to protect, undoubtedly, people who tried to overthrow the democratic institutions elected democratically in 2015, under the pretext of fighting against the third term. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, we urge you to pursue this struggle, which we know is very challenging. Thank you very much, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Aminata Nyang from Mauritania. Apologies, Honorable President. I had to step out. I'm Honorable Sidibe.
D'accord, vous allez passer.
Thank you. Please just be patient. We'll finish the list and we'll come back to you. Honorable Aminata, you have the floor. Thank you very much, President. In the name of Allah, I would like to add my voice to that of my colleagues to thank the President for the report. I would like to focus in particular on the activities concerning the ratification of the revised protocol of the Pan-African Parliament. We all know that the priority of this Parliament should first and foremost be the ratification of this protocol by enough states to enable the protocol to come into force. Otherwise, the Pan-African Parliament cannot play its rightful role efficiently. Mr. President, I took note that during the AU summit that the Pan-African Parliament participated in is mentioned, but under the activities of their delegation, I did not see the advocacy work done for the ratification of the protocol. This gathering was of a high level with heads of state, so that was the most appropriate opportunity to advocate and put pressure on our heads of state who have adopted this protocol but do not proceed to ratify it. Let me announce that Mauritania in March ratified the revised protocol. Turning to the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament, one of the colleagues mentioned the holding of some committee meetings in our regions. We have instituted regional meetings as part of raising awareness about the ratification. But we think we should also continue in this vein in order to raise the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament. In conclusion, let me concur with the chairperson of our caucus, Honorable Lascri, who transmitted the complaint from the North African Caucus. According to the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament must ensure that all regional caucuses are represented within the committees. So I think this aspect must be revised. As you see, among the 10 permanent committees, there's no committee chaired by the North. And that is not normal. So, Mr. President, we urge you to take into account that aspect. Thank you very much, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Professor Geoffrey Nungwanga from Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would also like to join colleagues in thanking the President for a clear and a detailed report. However, a few comments. With regard to paragraph 10, where the President is acknowledging the issue of allowances and coming from the Finance Committee, it is my sincere hope that, Mr. President, you will be able to take into account the recommendations of your committee, which recommendations are based on what we have been hearing from colleagues regarding the allowances. We hope that the recommendations which have been made to your office will be taken very seriously and that they will be improved upon for the good of the institution. The issue, Mr. President, that you raise in the second but last paragraph in your report concerning website of PAP, that plans are underway to establish PAP websites in the other languages of French, Arabic, and Portuguese. I think this is very, very important in terms of enhancing the visibility of our institution. It's very important. We are now 13 years since the establishment of PAP, and we don't have a website in Portuguese, in French, and in Arabic. That clearly denies a greater majority of our people to know what is happening here at PAP, how members of parliament are debating, what they are debating, the problems they are flagging for attention in this very important institution. So we hope that that particular activity will be expedited so that PAP becomes more visible using the ICT. Again, on the issue of information and communication technology, we are now 7 months since our Egypt meeting, and I haven't seen the Hansard for our debates in Sharm el-Sheikh. What's happening? I hope that the administration will take this very seriously, because as we all know, one of the defining attributes of any parliament is, of course, the availability of the Hansard, where the record of what we debate, how we debate, the issues that we debate are clearly articulated. Wants to know how well we are doing here, the issues that concern us most, they go to the Hansard. But it is now 7 months since Egypt. We have no Hansard on that particular meeting. This is very unfortunate, and I hope this will be addressed very, very seriously. I would like to join my colleagues from Benin and also from Cameroon on the issue of the human resources, which almost divided us, and I hope that will never again happen in the institution. Madam Chairman, Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Honorable Mamadou Sidibé.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I would like to focus on 3 points. The first concerns the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament. I know that significant efforts are underway by the Bureau to raise the visibility. I add my voice to that of Honorable Satou to emphasize that visibility must now also reach national parliaments. That's the first point. Second point, we consider that as for the security issue, it was said during committee meetings that this is an issue that would be debated. Now, I don't know whether it will be on the agenda of this session, that we will have an opportunity to discuss the issue of security of members of parliament. As we know that just 1 year ago, our colleague, Madame Aissatou Diarra, was victim of an attack, a barbaric attack, and that material, moral, psychological damage was done, and even long-term consequences will be felt. There's also the insurance issue. And I don't know what would be the share that the person concerned would receive to repair all the damage done by this attack. And the members of parliament do have insurance, But if in the future these events occur, we need to look at the issue of insurance, and we have to compensate for the damage suffered. And if there is an issue like this, the Pan-African Parliament must address this. My third point concerns the management of the Pan-African Parliament. While we have to oversee our governments, we should do the same with the Pan-African Parliament. We need to look at our documents. We know that Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure state that the Permanent Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs is tasked to scrutinize the budget and table it to the plenary, consider and submit reports related to the issues of implementing the budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Sidibe. I did say that we have another list of 20 people, so I cannot give you more time to speak. I apologize, but we have to call upon the next speaker. So I've just seen a new list of 20 people, and I'll start with the first speaker, the Honorable Fourth Vice President, Dr. Bernadette Lai from Sierra Leone.
Madam Chair, a few additions to our activity report, but let me congratulate Sudan, and in fact we should congratulate all of us, because the debate in Sharm el-Sheikh was very far-reaching, and I'm sure it also added to the lifting of the sanction for Sudan. We congratulate them. We continue to improve on the security. Yes, a lot of improvements have been made, but we also will continue that. We continuously review the security situation of PAP. The issue of visibility, again, has improved. At least now we have a big billboard outside of the airport displaying the Pan-African Parliament, and for now we have a desk at the airport, receiving people. These are all improvements in our visibility. I did not really want to bring up the issue of the recruitment of the clerk and the deputy clerk, because I think African Union has a petition. But what I want to say is that no member of the Bureau can be accused of conflict of interest, because when you sit on the Bureau, you cannot score any member from your country, and that's exactly what we did. What we should be talking about in this parliament now is not regional balance. We should be talking of country equity. Every country in this Pan-African Parliament should see their member of staff, their member from their country in the staff. We have 74 professional positions in the Pan-African Parliament, and efforts should be made to ensure that every country is represented. Because in the African Union, we all pay our dues, and part of that money is the one that sponsors us here. I want you to take a look at how many staff members come from the 54 countries in Africa. Ask yourself whether you have a single member from your country. We have a list of countries that don't have a single member. We have a list of countries that have 13, 6, 4, 5, 3. So let us now be talking of country equity, not regional equity. If a country within a region has many staff, then when you are shortlisting, don't shortlist that country. But if within that region, a country has no staff and you are shortlisting, that is where the regional balance starts from, at the shortlisting. Don't shortlist a member from a country, from a region where you think it is oversubscribed, and that member comes and does very, very well, and you say, we are sorry, we will not employ you because you are coming from this region. It is not good. And a lot of people, efforts were made to bring in eminent men and women from all over Africa to sit on the panel. Except now we are being told that those members on the panel were not transparent, they were not professional, and so forth. But I believe that they were very professional.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, Dr. Bernadette Lai. I give the floor to Honorable Abdullah from Niger.
Bien, merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Mr. President, our warm congratulations for the large number of activities you've undertaken over the last few months. Indeed, you have done a lot, and we thank you for it. But, Mr. President, in order to better appreciate the quality of these activities, you should have presented a yearly activity program, the activity plan of the PAP. In that way, we would have been able to know that out of the certain number of activities selected by the Pan-African Parliament, a certain number or all activities were indeed undertaken. We hope that the Pan-African Parliament will ensure that in future this kind of program will indeed be considered. Mr. President, I said that you have traveled quite a lot. You have conducted many activities. You've been to Serbia, to the Mediterranean. But, Mr. President, there's only 15 African countries out of 54 that have ratified. So the concern of the President and even of the Pan-African Parliament should rather be focused on achieving the goal of having 28 ratifications. Mr. President, I would suggest that today, here and now, we draft a plan so that at least 13 more African countries can sign, so that we obtain the 28 necessary ratifications. As members of Parliament, we are doing our best, but it is clear that your presence and meeting our heads of state can considerably contribute to expedite the process. And measures have been taken in that regard, and we hope we will achieve our goal. Mr. President, one Africa, one voice. That is the motto of the Pan-African Parliament. But with what was happening, we do not have the feeling that we are living up to this motto. We hope this will be in the future, but let us insist that we're talking about the security of the members of Parliament, but it's not only the members of Parliament. We talk about the people of Africa, and we've seen that lately there are acts of xenophobia perpetrated in South Africa. Mr. President, the Pan-African Parliament, through you, should be seized of this matter. Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Ali Abdallah from Sudan.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. Thank you, Mr. President, for the activity report you presented. I would like to add my voice to that of the colleagues who have spoken before me to express our appreciation to our brothers and sisters from the Pan-African Parliament for having taken such a strong position in favor of Sudan concerning the unilateral sanctions imposed by the United States of America on Sudan. We would also like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the delegation which accompanied him to the United States of America to have several meetings which have led to the partial lifting of the unilateral sanctions imposed against Sudan. I hope that this issue will be included in our report. Mr. President, for this work to be fully complete, it needs to be monitored very scrupulously by yourself, by your bureau, until the 12th of July 27, which is the date of all the sanctions to be lifted. As for committee meetings, a Committee on Justice and Human Rights have had several meetings and seminars here concerning the drafting of a model law on policing. This is not included in the report, and I hope that the activities of the committee will be included in future reports. Then, as concerns the committee meeting slated for August, as you know, Mr. President, many countries will hold elections during that period. That's why I would like to request that you reconsider the dates selected for the holding of the committees so that we take into account elections to be undertaken. I give the floor to Honorable Ufuli from Djibouti. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for giving me the floor. I also congratulate, like my colleagues, the President for the activity report as presented by His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. However, there are some points that I want to emphasize. Among those, working permits. Some of the staff who have been selected and who have signed contracts have not been granted visas by the respective embassies of the host country, South Africa. And therefore, we would like to request the Pan-African Parliament and the host country to enable these civil servants who are their situation blocked at the level of the embassy that they can report for duty. So we need active diplomacy, and we commend you for the work that you've done during your presidency. The second issue concerns the diaspora. The diaspora is part and parcel of the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. And in that regard, we should start with the African diaspora based in South Africa. Many Africans live in South Africa, and we should at least dedicate half a day to them, to listen to them, and learn what are the challenges they encounter here so that we can find solutions to these. As for the activities of the Pan-African Parliament, lately we see that many activities have been conducted, and as my friend from Zimbabwe said, we would like you to focus on the most important. If you want to do too much, you might not do everything properly. So the principle should be we should focus on the most critical activities for the functions of the Pan-African Parliament, and first and foremost, the functions of the chamber, and having all staff members present here. And we commend the clerk and the deputy clerk for taking office. I will not come back to the issues that divided us. We should not bring this up time and time again, as my colleague from Benin said. But the main activity of the Pan-African Parliament is how to be functional. And then that can bring us to the issue of visibility. If we work in pursuing the objectives set out, our visibility will be significantly increased. And then African countries which have not yet ratified the protocol will do so. Thank you very much, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Hashim Usman from Sudan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah and I greet His Prophet. Thank you, Honorable Vice President. Thank you, dear sister, for giving me the floor. I also thank the President and the members of the Pan-African Parliament for the efforts made to prepare this report, which reflects the most important activities that have been conducted for the benefit of the African continent. And I hope this will become a work program that will make a difference on the ground, so that it can lead to greater peace, stability, and security on the African continent. I would also like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for the significant efforts made within the Parliament, as the Parliament is only an advisory organ today, and we commend the efforts made, but we all should do more to enable our Parliament to become a true legislative Parliament that can oversee all the activities. I also extend my appreciation to all the members who have spared no effort to bring about the decision to lift the sanctions imposed against Sudan. This is the greatest decision taken by the Pan-African Parliament in 2016, and I am hopeful, Mr. President, and I remind you that among the objectives of the African Union in Article 3, unity and solidarity among the people and the countries of Africa to enhance peace and security and stability on the African continent. I dare to hope that the efforts made in order to bring our countries to a more united position, this must be truly tangible on the ground. To assist our countries that have for 20 years suffered from this unilateral decision, we should also review the positions within our African countries. Thank you, and I give the floor to Honorable Jacqueline Mwangari Geri from Rwanda. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Allow me first to congratulate the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the Bureau of the Parliament in collaboration with the Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament for prepared this comprehensive report. Madam President, there are 2 points that I would like to emphasize. The first is about the calendar of the Pan-African Parliament activities for 2017. We would like to see clarifications concerning the changes brought. We need to look at the dates that were planned last year. And we need to have clarity so that we have time to plan accordingly. That is for regional caucuses, committee meetings, and so forth. As my colleague from Ethiopia said, this report that I really commend should be focusing on the strategic plan of the Parliament and the action plans of the regional caucuses and the permanent committees. The joint meeting of the Bureau and the bureaucracies should be the opportunity to take stock of the activities planned, the challenges that hampered the implementation of this action plan. Allow me also to contribute to this report. Indeed, this is a well-drafted report, but we would like more detail. It might be an annex about the activities of the members of Parliament. I commend the President and the Bureau in terms of promoting parliamentary diplomacy. The official opening of the 4th session yesterday quite well showed the progress made in that regard. We want this to be included in the report. Official visits by the Pan-African Parliament and to the Pan-African Parliament, and measuring the impact of these missions. As for the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament, this was well included, but we should plan more the strategies and update them regularly to bring the Pan-African Parliament to its people. And you should also add the linkages between the Pan-African Parliament and our national parliament so that they can be properly informed about activities here. In fact, when we are here, this is no luxury stay. We have left work behind us, so our national assemblies have to be well informed about our activities here. I also take this opportunity, President and Vice President, to congratulate. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Honorable Fidel Rigumba from Rwanda.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for giving me this occasion to say something. I want to congratulate the President of PAP for the report, which was clear and concise. I also wish to commend him and the Bureau for all the efforts, especially holding the session, the October session last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. This was a very good action because it enhances the visibility of PAP. It brings together the African peoples in brotherly and friendship relations. It also takes PAP to the people. So I would recommend that as much as possible, this kind of activity should be taking place. I thank you again. I also wish to commend the President for the security measures that have been taken. Nowadays, we get escort from, by and large, we get escort from the airport, to and from the airport. Now we have restored a sense of calm and tranquility, but I think, like many others have said, we need to, I think there is a need for more presence of security at the hotels. Like where I stay, there is no presence of police at all. There is just the presence of normal security, which is not something we appreciate. Thirdly, I would like to congratulate the President for forming part of the AU reform team and take this opportunity to inform the members that the Rwanda delegation actually had a chance at the request of our President to meet the reform team and talk about PAP and to what extent we would want the reforms done. And in this respect, I would request maybe the President to tell us more about the reform vis-à-vis the future of PAP, if possible. And lastly, Mr. President, I would appeal to you not to tamper with the August calendar, because there are a number of countries, including Senegal, Kenya, Rwanda, and I think Angola, which will be holding elections during that.
Merci, honorable fidèle. Je passe la...
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Injai from Senegal. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate you, congratulate the President for his report. We noted efforts, sustained efforts, and this is very much to your honor and to the honor of our Parliament. Madam Chair, I have a minor problem here. After listening to the report by the President, and if we look at the report and the program suggested for this session, we do not find any strategic coherence. If, one essential element in our session is this report. It is meant to make us understand and measure gains and shortcomings. And this will define our work in the future. Today, the question of peace and security, the question of missions, the question of the protocol are still with us. We need to consider them. This is an opportunity to invite our colleagues to think about another format. We are here to work, and we need to valorize this dimension. It is important. It is true. We come here, we listen, we discuss, and then we go home. Concretely, what do we decide? What is the strategy that we are developing to be able to achieve our set objectives of development? For this particular reason, I invite the Bureau to reconsider the format. The question of missions organized by the Bureau and the administration and the question of observations have to be stabilized. And we need to know exactly what they are all about. Also, the same on the question of peace and security. What are we going to do to countries in such situation? What are the mechanisms that we need to develop to enable these people to find the adequate solutions? These are the real questions. And to be visible in Africa, we need to address these issues. There is the question of education, the question of health, agriculture. Let's ask the right questions and let's give solutions. We are the representatives of African people and we should assist them in these various areas. Once again, thank you all, but I think we need to redouble our efforts because to have one voice and one Africa, we needed to take into account all the views so that we are respected and recognized. Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Abdulaziz Abdul Wahid from Somalia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for giving me the floor. And I would like to thank Mr. President for the well-prepared report. And second, I congratulate the President and his team for the attempt and what has been achieved on the partial lifting of the sanctions on Sudan. In fact, it's part of our mandate to advocate for our member states and our people in the continent. We thank you very much for that. And the second issue that I would like to raise is, Mr. President, we have discussed it here in this House many times about the agreement between Pan-African Parliament and the host nation. And it has always been there. That issue has always been standing. I don't know why you did not include this report, since it's such a very important issue for this institution and for our members and our staff. My brother from Ghana, Honorable Mutaka, has talked about the issue of visa. You know, it's about a right, and unless we settle this issue of agreement, our rights will not be there. Let us talk about the truth. Mr. President, you don't have to hide this issue. We need to know what is the position of that agreement. And my next issue is, you have raised in the report fact-finding missions. Fact-finding missions, we are not doing well here at PAP, because fact-finding mission is not only, we don't send on missions on political issues. We have had a lot of environmental issues for the last few months. There has been drought, some parts of Africa, lack of rain, animals have been dying, people were dying, lack of food, shortage of food. We should have sent, Committee of Environment and Agriculture, should have sent a fact-finding mission to those affected countries in the continent, Mr. President. And I think we have to think about those. And we are not covering only security-related issues or political-related issues. Fact-finding missions can be social, environmental, or any other issue. The other thing I would like to talk about is election observer missions. Mr. President, it's very important that observer missions for members here in this House.
Merci, honorable.
One minute, please, 1 minute. Let me conclude it.
Non,
Let me conclude it, if you can.
Non, mais je n'ai pas voulu donner aux autres, donc je ne pourrai pas vous l'accorder.
Did not give you extra time because I did not give extra time to others. Honorable Latiko Maurice from Uganda.
President, and I would like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for his report. I really rise to help add to what some of my colleagues have said about strengthening PAP. PAP is a young institution, and therefore this particular delivery by the President provides a good platform for us to evaluate whether we are building institutions or we are responding to the activities of an individual. I take a simple example. I picked a copy of the statement of the president at the entrance. I tried to follow it, and there was a wide difference between what I had and what the president delivered. The president has all the time to prepare his statement, to deliver it, even if it takes 1 hour, so that it is on record. Now, I don't know which will constitute the record of PAP in respect to the president's statement, or whether we are not burdening our technocrats with merging what has been said verbatim from what has been in the record. Secondly, I was even surprised that on an occasion like this, that the president addresses us, we include other matters and almost deny members opportunity to respond to the president's report on PAP. I would like to suggest that next time we have a statement from the president, we make it an exclusive event so that all members have the freedom to participate. Nevertheless, I thank you for all the activities that we have witnessed. Just one element in the statement that is important for, I thought our women colleagues would have pointed out this. In respect to our joint meeting with our Arab brothers and sisters in Egypt, in the president's reference to that, there's only brothers. I think this becomes an important record, and we should always reflect on the fact that it is brothers and sisters. Two small things. I was in Morocco. When we returned from Morocco, there were messages sent about one of our vice presidents not being given an opportunity. I think that matter has been dealt with. But it is important to note that
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Honorable Amoussouvi Padino from Togo. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I lend my voice to my predecessors, the honorables who congratulated the President for the well-prepared report. However, I have some comments to make. The first one is about the issue of security. All my colleagues indicated that there was some improvement, but still a lot to do. My delegation came to the airport at 4, and it was at 7 that the police came to look for us. It was frustrated, and I wanted to underscore this. As regards the report, I have the following problem. Is this a report or a report on activities? I have the impression that we have a report on activities. When you look at the format of the report itself, there is an introduction, and this introduction is not an introduction in French. And then by the end of the report, there is no conclusion. The President himself had to make a conclusion. Let's all agree on whether we have a report or a report of activity. The documents are important for this major institution, and we have to abide by the rules. On page 9 of the French draft, I wanted us to refer to the parliamentary diplomacy through the mobilization of resources. And then here we refer to resource mobilization. These are some of the observations I wanted to make. The report is something very precise in French. A report is prepared to make a final decision. Decisions follow the presentation of the report, and this is not the case here. I thank you. I give the floor to Honorable Elio Digiziu from Cape Verde.
Senhora Presidente, Chairperson, I'm not going to be repetitive here. I just would like to make 3 comments. The first one being to the extent of congratulating the President for his brilliant presentation of the report. Chairperson, you have been the visible face and the dignified face of the Pan-African parliamentarians in the national parliaments and the international organizations in affirming increasingly this parliament. In this respect, I would like, Chairperson, I'd like to thank you for your recent visit to my country, Cape Verde, where for the first time our parliament gathered on a special session to a warm welcome to you. This session, Chairperson, created a new environment in our country in terms of the African vision and in terms of the regional organization. Once again, thank you, Chairperson, for visiting our country. The third point has to do with the protocol, the Malabo Protocol. In effect, this protocol is a challenge to all the parliaments, national parliaments, and it's not an easy one, as it may appear to be, because each parliament has its own specific procedures and legal procedures that must be followed. And I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, that we had so far at least 15 parliaments that already ratified the Malabo Protocol. As regards my country, as it was made clear, we will do all our best during this year to have the protocol to be ratified. Finally, Chairperson, I would like to also the procedure for the Malabo Protocol, so that in the next reports we must have information about the procedures and the efforts made by PAP towards such ratification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. Honorable Said Brahim Said from the Sahrawi Republic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like my predecessors, the honorables, I would like to congratulate the President for the report and for the gains made following the work in our Parliament. And there are positive elements indeed that support this Parliament which we wanted to be up to the expectations of African peoples. And we wanted also to consecrate the motto of one voice, one Africa, one voice. The report did not address a number of important issues. It did not give enough details and does not meet the need of parliamentarians for more details than those provided in this report. An important element in our work, and which should be at the heart of our strategy, is the question of the African Union Protocol, and this should be always part of our evaluation on a continuous basis. We need to consider the impediments to the ratification of such protocol. On item 3, on this 22nd meeting on climate change held in Morocco, a PAP delegation chaired by the president participated in that meeting, and a member was actually arrested in the airport and was not allowed to enter, and he was sent back. And you did not refer to this element in spite of the fact that this was a total disrespect for the delegation. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Dounier Kone from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to congratulate the President for this detailed report, and very exhaustive report indeed. I congratulate the President and the Bureau for the work well done and for these activities by the Pan-African Parliament. I congratulate you on the gains made and on this diplomatic success. I would like to address the financial procedures now. Mr. Chairman, we have the President announced the establishment of a manual of financial procedures. This will be very useful. This will clarify a great deal of frustration and useless tension. That will give greater transparency to the management of the Pan-African Parliament. Madam Chair, it is degrading for a member of parliament to travel 6,000 kilometers to come and to waste time from one office to another, to spend time in the corridors to obtain some dollars for per day and reimbursement. When you travel for 5,000 kilometers to participate in a workshop, you want to actively participate and to realize that you do not have the right to your per diem because you belong to the country where the activity is held. All of this is not clearly written, and we need to know what we expect when we attend such meetings. In that case, it would be better to stay at home. So we need to have a document on these per diem. The amounts vary, and that is degrading. The establishment of this manual of procedures will certainly clarify a number of things. People talk a lot. What you can receive money without signing without signing a paper. People may say later that you took $2,000, knowing that you received only 200. So let's be very careful, and we need to put in place the manual of financial procedures. I'm not going to deal with the question of prejudice against Ms. Douara, and some members also participated in observation missions, but thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Abdallah Barkhat from Djibouti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to commend the President for his report, and I'd like also to congratulate the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, the Committee in charge of Finance, and all those who contributed to the increase of the budget of the Pan-African Parliament by some 24%. Note also, and this is written in the report, is that this increase is due basically to the parliamentarians' allowances. We need to know that the Pan-African Parliament is made of 11 committees, 5 regional caucuses, 1 youth caucus, 1 women's caucus, which makes a lot of committees and caucuses. Today, these committees and caucuses have some operating problems, that is to conduct their activities. They are faced with budget insufficiency. Therefore, We need to review and evaluate the efficiency of the meetings of the various committees and caucuses. Then I think that today we have championed and defended the interests of the parliamentarians, and we need also to uphold and to defend the increase of the budget of the caucuses and committees, because it's useless to come here not to be able to conduct our work and our job properly. I'm not going to insist on this, but let me just recall that the work permit that has been referred to, some people have been recruited by the Pan-African Parliament and who are based in South Africa, who have not been yet paid and have not yet seen their problem of work permit settled. So I hope that solution be found very rapidly. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Angu Felix from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I think PAP must be PAP. We have been given a mandate by the Assembly of the African Union, and we have been given our powers and functions. Madam Vice President, I think PAP will increase visibility, not about the number of billboards we put on, not the number of TV adverts we make, but will increase visibility on the impact we make on the African people. If we don't make any impact in the African people, our visibility will not be there, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I'm here, and all members are here. When you are coming to South Africa, most of our people first went to Europe and came here. That is about the mobility of our people in Africa. How are our people mobile in Africa? How are they moving? But right now, Honorable Speaker, Madam Vice President, that is not there. Many people in Africa in refugee camps. Millions are in Africa here in refugee camps. What is PAP doing about it? Many of our people are starving without food in Africa. What is PAP doing about it? So our relevance in Africa to our own people is very important. If we remain irrelevant, then our visibility will not be there. Madam Vice President, I'm here with the Constitutive Act. Our powers are well enumerated. Our functions are here. Are we relating our activities to the functions that we have? Are we relating it to it? Like for here, one, we're supposed to facilitate the implementation of policies and objectives of African Union. How are we doing it? We are supposed to promote human rights. We are supposed to consolidate democratic institutions. Are we doing that? We are supposed to participate in organizing debates on issues regarding Africa. How many debates have we organized? So I think we need to reorganize PAP. We need to reorganize PAP. My honorable brothers and sisters, we need to reorganize PAP. We need to link, Mr. President, our activities to the functions and the powers of this institution. And it must be clearly evaluated. And that is when we'll know PAP is moving ahead or PAP is not moving. Madam Vice President, we are here with the committees. We have 11 committees. This is a function of Parliament, of PAP. But we have only 5 clerks to Parliament. How are we linking it? 5 clerks serving 11 committees. How viable is it? And yet the resources that we give is more to administration, not on legislation. We need to reorganize that. Madam Vice President, on the budget, do we give budget to regional caucus?
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Jamila Kissi from Tunisia. In the name of Allah, Madam Chairperson, I'd like to refer to 3 points. I'd like first to thank the President for this rich report and for his actions in favor of the Pan-African Parliament. Let me make some observations, however. Regarding the capacity building I don't think there is enough transparency in this respect. We as members, we do not know how the participants' names are included in the sessions. And I wonder why there is no presentation that is submitted to all the members in order for them to be informed about the positions that are vacant. I would like, on the other hand, to refer or to commend the role that was played by us in Sharm el-Sheikh. That is, that the Pan-African Parliament sessions be held in one of our African countries on a rotational basis, so that we have direct relations and direct interaction with the national assemblies of the African continent. I would like to thank, of course, the government of South Africa for hosting the Pan-African Parliament and for all the measures taken to help us and assist us in our work. But I think that we need to involve all the African countries in terms of hosting the Parliament sessions. Now, regarding the Malabo Protocol, I think that the number of signatures have not increased, and you need, Mr. President, to make some visits to the countries who have not signed this protocol to encourage them to do so. I think that you need to put this on your agenda as a priority, Mr. President. The last point I'd like to refer to is about what happened last March during the committee sittings in relation to xenophobia and the racial discrimination. I think that we need to focus on this matter as well, because it is very important, and African countries are really suffering from this plague of xenophobia. We are here to defend the African peoples, the dignity of African peoples. And it is really important to highlight and to flag this matter. Thank you. I would like now to recognize James Coney from South Africa. Thank you.
South Sudan, not South Africa. Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to also give a big thanks to our President for a very nice report, and also being personally very active in promoting the principles and issues of Africa on behalf of PAP. I also need to bring to the attention of our President that on Friday last week, when I came from Algiers, in Cairo, I want to meet a friend outside. When I tried to use this passport, it was refused, this African passport, in Cairo. Yeah, it was refused in Cairo. They say 2 months ago they changed the rules that this one, you need a visa before you go to Egypt. And then I have to use a South Sudanese passport, okay? If it's not accepted by Egypt, how many other countries don't accept this passport? The other point is that I need to also, on behalf of South Sudan, acknowledge and appreciate the Kingdom of Morocco for having deployed a medical team to help our people in South Sudan. So on behalf of South Sudan and behalf of this parliament also, if you can accept that appreciation to the Kingdom of Morocco. On Sudan, Sudan has been unfairly treated by the United States government, even though they did their best because you know, Bin Laden was in Sudan before. At the request of the U.S., he was expelled, and he ended up wherever he ended up. Okay? And yet, unilateral sanctions were imposed on Sudan, which, by the way, impacted too much on health, education, agriculture especially, because technology transfers was.
Merci. Thank you, and I recognize Honorable Mustafa Abdelaziz Al-Gindi from Egypt. I thank you, Madam Chairperson. In the name of Allah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. From the outset, I'd like to respond to our country from South Sudan that I've just received persons bearing this passport and who came into Egypt without any visa. So I'm going to check this immediately when I'm back home. Let me thank you all for your presence in Egypt, this land of peace. You cannot imagine how you changed things there with the people of Egypt first. When we talk about impact, Mr. President, your presence, my dear parliamentarians, this visibility has changed. Your speech, Mr. President, is broadcast now and then on TV. And thanks to your presence, my friend, MPs, because of your presence, my friends, your presence in Egypt, tourism is coming back gradually because you yourself announced in Egypt that if they prevent their people to come to Egypt, we will be there and come there. Thank you for that. And let me tell you something. Before you came, there was a young person who worked in tourism in Sharm el-Sheikh, who came to me and told me, please, go and see your brothers and your friends to give them these presents because we have been so happy to receive them. You're talking about the migration, you're talking about sanctions. Please start by lifting sanctions against our peoples. Nobody would like to leave their countries. And I'm also addressing the Speaker, the President of the Arab Parliament. Please do invest your money in Africa. Africans are not traitors. Africans will take you in their arms and will never let you down. Africa is your first neighbor. We created a African friendship group, which is called the African Committee within the Egyptian Parliament. So please do the same. Do create a committee that's called African Committee within your national assemblies. Please do so. And create with Egypt a group, an African Committee with Egypt. I'm concluding, Madam Chairperson. About audit, the only one person or one cannot be audited, that is God. We need to know that. The sanctions have been lifted against Sudan. But we want to reward Sudan for 20 years, for the people who died, for the money they lost. So please, be together, unite ourselves. The Egyptian people is sending you a message. Egypt is asked to shoulder its responsibilities and to give love to this world. They prayed for you and prayed for Africa. Thank you.
Zélie Pierre.
Honorable Selika, you're recognized. From Congo, you're recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. As I'm taking the floor after my excellent colleagues, I have not that much left to say. However, pleased to congratulate the President of the Pan-African Parliament for his excellent report. We're really accustomed to having such rich documents, Madam Chairperson. As I said, everything has been said already, but let me just go back to some points to rather make proposals. For instance, regarding the U.S. sanctions against Sudan. You've done an excellent job, Mr. President, and this is as part of the follow-up of the motion that we adopted in Sharm el-Sheikh. I do suggest, therefore, that you continue this monitoring and with the Sudanese government to make sure that in 6 months from now, the Sudanese government will realize what was asked from them to lift all the obstacles and the hurdles they are facing today. Regarding now the elections missions, observation missions, we need to reconsider the two experiences that we've just had. The first experience was that the Pan-African Parliament organized its own missions. The other one is that the African Union, a commission, do organize the missions with the participations of the Pan-African Parliament, members of Pan-African Parliaments. It seems that the first experience is the favorite one, that is to organize our own missions. In this respect, I would suggest that we take the resolution here that would insist on this idea of having our own missions with our own financings. Regarding the revision of the rules of procedures, a number of our colleagues referred to a number of provisions that they would wish to see modified or revisited within the rules of procedure. I recall that the revision of the rules of procedure is a permanent process, and the authors and the movers of the amendments could only propose them and then submit them to the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament that would judge if it's that would submit them to the Committee on Regulations. Regarding the host agreement now between the African Union and the government of South Africa, I suggest, Mr. President, that besides the advocacy that you've been thank you, Honourable. I've just finished the second list of speakers, but I've received a new list of 6 speakers. I'm going to accept to give you the floor, but please, you have only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes, because we're really behind schedule. I recognize the Honourable Victor from Swaziland.
Opportunity given to me. I would take this opportunity, like others, to appreciate the report from the President. And the only thing that I would highlight on it is that we believe, like many speakers have said, it should talk to the activities which the Bureau intends to take and the financial implication that is attached to it, so that we all appreciate whatever activity the Bureau will do and advise where there is necessary. On the report itself, it talks about the sanctions, lifting of sanctions in Sudan. I cannot overemphasize on that, but I want to challenge the Bureau to look to other issues where sanctions are being imposed by our partners. Let us take the same route, aggressively try to ensure that the other countries they benefit from the strategy that you have used. Mr. President, Madam President, I want to once again, given the period I have, make an emphasis. The President in his report, he talked about the meeting with His Majesty the King of Swaziland, King Mswati III. So we want to highlight as a delegation that it is very important that we capture that agreement that was there, because it has a very big impact in the southern region to ensure that we do have the SADC parliament. So it would help the member state and the parliament in various countries to make sure that such a stride is taken forward. And it has got a very impact, in Africa, because we want to believe the regional caucuses, they contribute immensely to the development of EU. Mr. President, lastly, I want to emphasize on the issue of the abuse of the vice president from Sahrawi in Morocco. Both countries, they belong to us. We appreciate their presence, and we wish we could reach harmony in an endeavor to make one Africa, one voice. So President, as part of the Bureau, it is important to capture that activity in the report, so that wherever you go, wherever Africa goes, wherever we go to our parliaments, we talk to this issue so that Africa could start respecting each other rather than to, kind of violate the laws that prevails in our country. Last but not least, Mr. President, I think it was wrong captured that there was an MOU to accord the Palestinian people whatsoever was in the report. What I remember as the chairperson on the Committee of Cooperation is that those people were only asking for an observer status, which we believe and appreciate it should be accorded to them. So I ask you, Mr. President, to recorrect that and to make sure, Mr. President, that you continue and engage the resource people from the AU and other stakeholders to make sure that the issues of peace are advanced in Africa. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Honorable Amangi Jakoalin from Uganda.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
I first of all would like to take this opportunity to applaud and ask honorable members present in this house today to applaud the role that has been played by the Bureau, especially led by our dear President, Honorable Roger Nkorodang. Why I'm applauding him on particular areas. One, issues of security is very key to me to be able to do any work. And when I reached here, I have seen that there is a bit of a difference. So that is key to me. Two, I remember that when I just came to this parliament, the issue of participation in COPs wasn't there. And in the conferences of parties, that's where most of the issues related to climate change, issues of environment are addressed. And as a continent of Africa, right now, our challenge is in addressing issues of climate change. And I want to testify that this has started. And I think we need to congratulate the Bureau, although there are some challenges that I reckon as a chairperson of Agriculture Committee. I would like to see a situation whereby when we go to COPs, we do not go there just to watch what others have gone. We do not go there to justify the work plans of other people. We should be going there as an aggressive legislative parliament of the continent to add a voice to the leaders who are already negotiators so that our position is key. We should liaise with the African Union so that when we go to the COPs, a prior meeting is organized whereby we can agree on the African position so that when we go there as a voice. So I want to commend the Bureau for that. Honorable members and colleagues, I would like to highlight on the issue of missions. I had participated from the time I came to this parliament in the different missions. But I want to say that I think there has been some change because I just happened to return from Algeria and I have realized that PAP is now trying to get organized in putting their specific staffs who will be in charge of parliamentarians. And I want to borrow a leaf from my colleague from Rules Committee. If it is possible, it would be prudent that a PAP resolves that they co-organize or they take lead in organizing these parliamentary missions, especially election observer missions. Honorable colleagues, of course, I'm not going to talk much about the administrative arrangement, but as a recommendation to the Bureau, it would be very prudent as a continental parliament. One, as a member of Parliament of African Union, Uganda would be very much proud to see what value I add as a Ugandan representative to the continent in terms of addressing key issues. If we
Merci, honorable. La parole.
Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Honorable Moi Kasingo from Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Like others, I have to thank the President of PAP for an easy, well-structured report. However, through you, Madam President, Mr. President, take into consideration all the proposals to improve the report. Maybe the phrase activity should be removed so that it can just cover the report of the President. I take note of the comment concerning the security. I have also taken note that it has improved. It shows there is a political will in the host country South Africa, but we need to improve on it. And I would like to propose maybe we can have an ad hoc committee. If you decide ad hoc committee on security, I would like to volunteer myself to be one of those to improve. Concerning the question of Sahrawi Republic, we didn't say a lot. I take note of the colleague from Morocco who are here as observer, and they had been, Morocco has been readmitted to AU. As you have achieved and influence the removal of partial sanction against Sudan, we must also do our level best to ensure that the people from Sahrawi Republic have political peace. Please, every year when we come here, it should be one of the activities. We cannot sit here as if we are not in Africa. So that at the end of the day, the colleagues who are here from Morocco, they can also carry the message to say no, people to their government to say we must do something. Honorable President, what else? Yeah, the host country, do your level best to ensure that the agreement has been, how can I put it? The host agreement has been you revisit that so that we can, because without host agreement, we seem to be in a country and we cannot enjoy benefit without that host agreement, please. Concerning the recommendations from different committee, it should also form part and parcel of your report. I don't want to mention activity report. All in all, thank you, colleague. Thank you, President.
Merci. Thank you. Honorable Kugulu Joyce has the floor from Botswana.
Very much, Madam Vice President. I wasn't sure if you were calling my name. It is Boholo Kenwendo, just for reference, from Botswana. I'd like to thank the President for the report, as all the other honorables have done, and just highlight some of my issues. As a new member, I had a bit of a difficulty in getting what the priorities of the presidency were in relation to the issues of Africans. I was a little surprised that there were no substantive issues when it comes to unemployment, particularly of young people, migration, and the famine issues in the Horn of Africa. And of course, the deep-rooted illicit financial flows and inequalities that we've been talking about in the previous year. I thought that we would have seen a bit of mention on that, particularly on the work of the Pan-African Parliament. Because again, if we want to drive serious outreach programs, it is really through the impact that is seen by the people in the continent, and that we stick to the mandate and to the oath that we were taking ourselves yesterday in improving people's lives. So we need to be speaking to those issues, particularly for young people and for women, because we know that the injustices in Africa have a youthful and a feminine face. And because we know that our demographics
are 60% or over very youthful. And so we need to be driving issues that resonate with young people and that lead to us being an economically independent Africa, a peaceful and stable Africa, and as well a united and for all Africa. So with that, I'd like to echo some of the sentiments of some of the honorables here, particularly from Ethiopia, in that we need to speak to issues of people and speak to the impact that we have, and perhaps just highlight some of the priorities of the presidency that work together hand in hand with those of the various committees that are of this esteemed parliament. Thank you.
Merci. Merci. Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Ozing Dognu from Benin. Thank you, Madam Chair. My concerns have been addressed by my colleagues. However, I would like to thank the President for the well-detailed and comprehensive report. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Kaltoum Abdullah Abdul Karim from Sudan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, I'd like to extend my thanks to the Vice President for giving me the opportunity. And I would like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for this crystal clear and comprehensive report that has captured all the activities that we have been carrying out during the previous period. Here, I would like to inform you or to convey to you the greetings of the people of Sudan, and in particular the Sudanese women. And this following the partial lifting of the sanctions against Sudan, these sanctions that have been imposed for some 20 years. I would like, in this respect, to ask the President and the Bureau to please continue and monitor or continue their endeavors in favor to totally lift these sanctions. Now, with regard to the security issue in the host country, I see that it has improved, and I wish that it would be that improvement will, or that we improve it more, because security has not only negative impact on the delegations coming to the country, but the impact is also on the country, the host country itself, and the people of the host country themselves. The other issue I'd like to flag is about Morocco refusing to let the member state in when the member state delegation in when they went there to take part to COP22. In this respect, I wish that the Pan-African Parliament make an appeal to the Kingdom of Morocco. And since Morocco is becoming a member, or has become a member of the African Union, and is very soon returning to the Pan-African Parliament, therefore we need to clarify things and to really speak with one voice as a united continent. Thank you. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Alex Shansia Grant from Liberia.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and Chairman, not Chairman, the President and other colleagues, you're recognized. Thank you, Mr. President, on the report submitted. It captures some things, but I want to agree with some comments made from the colleague from Ethiopia, especially that has to do with the report and the nature of report submitted here. One thing I also recognize is that, you know, as a bureau, sometimes I remember we were in Midrand and we're giving some work plan, objective and specific objective to accomplish at a certain point of your term in office. During this report, much of what is seen are things that you do as president and minimum of the activities that we set as objective to accomplish as an organization. We have objectives established by AU. These objectives are brought to us, and committees of the House go into working function and capture points by points what we intend to achieve. My advice to you, Mr. President, these are things we need to also emphasize in your report. Let us know how much have we achieved as an institution. How much have we achieved as a committee? Is this committee achieving the objective that I established, or what are things that we need to follow up on? If these things are captured in the report, when we also get back home submitting our report to our national parliaments or legislative bodies, they will speak to achievement we are making. At one time, I submitted a point here to the plenary as caucus also, the various caucuses from the region. We have protocols that we're supposed to be signing. What are we doing as caucuses? Are we reporting to our various caucuses what we are achieving as national parliamentary delegation to the PAP? Because if we're talking about issue of visibility, the fourth vice president was charged with that particular issue to make sure that PAP is given the visibility within our various regions. Those things are, that particular function, I don't know if it's being executed. And you listen to Chief Chirambira was speaking to the point, SABC did a survey, 80% of the continental residents are not aware of what we are doing. Only 20%. Out of the 20%, 70% say, yes, we have a PAP, but we don't know what these people are doing. So we need to place specific emphasis on visibility, and the full vice president should be able to tell us what has been done. Because we had a meeting, we talked about printing some t-shirts that should.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
These things, whether they've been accomplished or not, because we have to speak to the visibility and let people know the importance of PAP. Thank you so much.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think we've come to the end of our list. In fact, our lists. And I hope I've not forgotten anyone. I have tried to give the floor to all the speakers on the lists. I would like to call upon our President to reply to the questions.
Madame la Présidente.
Honorable Vice President, Vice Presidents, Chairpersons of the regional caucuses, of the permanent committees. At the outset, I would like to thank you for all the contributions that you've made to this document. The words of thanks to the Bureau only come thanks to your efforts. So in fact, we are thanking each and everyone. It's only through our collective effort. And if in plenary we did not take a common resolution, a delegation would not have gone to the US. And we have defended the common position of the Pan-African Parliament. So on this issue, we have to rejoice that this is the work of the collective that was successful. Allow me also to lift the misunderstanding. In accordance with Rule 18G, the President of the Pan-African Parliament participates in the Assembly of Heads of State and presents a report. Now, if we abide by this rule, why this report? Because this report will be the subject of a decision. So this can be seen as the summary of the activities conducted during the sessions or between the sessions. And this is put to you for comments and observations so that we can improve our work. So if we limit us to this rule, we can say that this is a summary report. But I think we need to clarify the terms that we use. Many questions have been raised. I want to group them into 3 groups. First, the issue of ratification. Secondly, security. And third, missions. But I will also remember the case of our colleague who was expelled from Morocco. Firstly, we carry the so-called diplomatic passports, and everything that we say here in plenary is known by the host country. And I was entrusted with a mission as a skilled diplomat. Now, do you want me to give you the details of what was said in our discussions with the host country? Or do you rather want to see solutions? I think what is important is to see the solutions. If I inform you that I met the Speaker of the South African Parliament, if I give you the ins and outs of the discussions, I'll say, well, I met the head of state and we discussed this and that, and there are no results. This is not good for a diplomat. The role of a diplomat is to maintain its reservations. So I work with tact. I meet with the South African authorities on issues of security tactfully, and we have high-level discussions. I confirm I discuss this with the head of state of this country. And you recognize that security conditions have improved. It's not only for us, it's also for the image of the country that we're requesting for security to improve. We want to see an improvement of the country as a whole. So let me reassure you, with our colleagues of South Africa, we have been monitoring this issue very closely, and we will continue to do so. Now, turning to the host country agreement, this is not the agreement that needs to be revised. This agreement was signed between the African Union and South Africa, but the annexes to the host country agreement have to be revised. And we've been asking for that revision since 2009. And when I listen to some of our colleagues that say we have our energies divided, well, we are making a lot of progress. And these annexes, just yesterday, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa was in my office to say that within the South African Parliament, a monitoring committee had been established for the review of these annexes. That was yesterday, and this committee will work with me so that we can proceed to the revision. So when there are responses like that, when I reply, I do this in good faith, and I believe that this will be done. So the issue of the election observer missions, Honorable Zeli gave us the solution. When we came here, the Pan-African Parliament conducted its own missions. However, after a mission to a specific country, the African Union suspended these observer missions. So today, what have I done with the new bureau? We have established an election cell. We've been negotiating financing for observer missions and human rights. We've received that financing. But the problem is what Honorable Zeli said. We should take a resolution requesting that we can conduct our own observer missions, because it's a very sensitive issue. If an election takes place in a given country, and our colleagues from Europe or ECOWAS or whatever organization might be prepare a report, we cannot discuss this report because we have never received the report of the observer missions that we undertake. It's truly difficult for us to counter a report from ECOWAS or the European Union, because people will say, well, what do you base yourself on, because you have no report of your own. So we fully concur with what Honorable Zeli said. We must spare no effort so that our election cell, which already has a framework of work, can become operational. As for increasing visibility, I will surprise you if I say that even if you conduct a survey to ask people, what is the African Union, you will have disastrous results. If you ask people, what does the African Union do, you will be very shocked, because when the heads of state meet in Addis Ababa, everything remains there. And nobody knows what are the outcomes. But I think it is up to us as Pan-African parliaments to say what we do. Today, we must talk about the Pan-African Parliament, and we have done a lot. Some of the positions that we've taken, for example, in Sudan, this has been popularized. And let me reassure the colleagues of Sudan, the Pan-African Parliament will always stand by Sudan and all the countries subject of sanctions. But these countries must have the courage, like Sudan, to bring these matters to the Pan-African Parliament. And we will take action, because we discussed in the United States, not on the states, but the people these states are representing. That's why sanctions were lifted. So this is how we reached a conclusion where the United States was saying no to everything. The executive has to change before we lift the sanction. But we said, let us put the executive aside. What do they represent? If we see how many members there are in the executive, well, that's maybe a third of the population. But all those who are suffering, that's the women, the children. There's an issue of terrorism. When people don't have jobs, they are likely to fall prey to recruitment by terrorists. So if you don't alleviate poverty, there is this risk. So that is why we speak on behalf of the people. So security is improving, and even in this chamber, we've had 2 motions brought, and these are still topical. The motion of Honorable Mutaga on xenophobic acts, and you know very well that during the last session, Honorable Aidara brought a motion forward. So if these 2 colleagues want, they can reactivate those motions and we will debate them. I will let you speak, even if we take 2 days. So we should not have any complex saying that the president doesn't want to discuss this, but we also said that we have to take into account that we are diplomats, and everything we say might lead to incidents of have consequences in our states. That's why we are clear in Rule 44. We will discuss this. Now, turning to the colleagues that say we have disorder in our work plan. No, we have a clear work plan. If we managed to obtain 1.8 million euro, it was thanks to this work plan. And the activities are well defined within this plan. Training for MPs, for example. Well, part of the members of parliament, the chairs of committees, should go to training in the European Union. We have to start by training our MPs. If we want to go far, we need to be equipped. So this is the action plan that we've adopted, that we are implementing. That is a fact. And on the missions and the process of how MEBLs are selected in terms of the capacity building activities, well, as I said, the European Union first asked all the chairpersons of the permanent committees, and we even added the chairpersons of the regional caucuses to benefit from this training. And all of this had been planned. So we don't just choose haphazardly. Maybe some people are selected based on their capacities pertaining to the theme of the workshops. That's why members from the Committee on Justice were selected on model laws or policing. That will be presented here in plenary. That concerns the Committee on Justice. And the Committee on Agriculture, for example, well, we don't go to COP just to be seen. What is important is now who should pay for the compensation towards South Africa, to the African countries that suffer from the natural disasters. But we want to say that enough is enough, and members of national parliaments and continental parliaments have to have their voices heard in these gatherings. As for the budget, Honorable Mutaga mentioned the audit. Let me lift the misunderstanding. The Bureau takes charge of the budget, but if you read the rules of procedure, the clerk is the authorizing officer. For me, I as president, I've never signed to give funds to anyone. I am not the authorizing officer. And we have internal auditors in the Secretariat. Every year they produce reports. There's the CAPA committee which will present its report. So I have no problem if we say that I received a specific money or I am asked to reimburse that amount, but that would create a problem, because who gave me that money? It's the authorizing officer that gave me this. So that's why we must look at CAPA's report, an excellent report. No one was spared, and that's important to point out. You cannot manage an institution without the following accounting rules. We cannot say that the African Union does this and that, but we need to have our own guide so that we can follow the procedure day after day. Honorable Matembe, you have mentioned our approach. Well, I can reassure you that the South African delegation participates in all our negotiations. As for our colleague Mbanda, I fully concur with you. What is the problem here? Well, we want us to rubber stamp something that we could have improved when the European Union gives us money. Well, first of all, we notice that there's a lack of democracy, and the European Union is counting on us that we change things, and this is how the continent will improve. So I can no longer accept this. If you remember, Honorable Kepsabo proposed a mission that was rejected because this issue of conducting observer missions, and we have to travel in economy class, this creates a big challenge. I traveled to Algeria. That was my last mission, and I paid from my own pocket, and it created an incident because I bought a business class ticket, and when I arrived, they told me that I could not be reimbursed because I did not obtain the authorization required, and so I have to pay for my ticket myself. I was never refunded for that ticket, and the same issue concerns the per diems. Now you receive these allowances. Well, it's always difficult to. We know as members of parliament you have to run after a specific officer to receive crumbles. And on this also, we need to review things, and I fully agree with Honorable Mbandam, Honorable Nzungu, and all of those who call upon us to improve our practices. Meanwhile, we talk about the missions and the travel class of our members of parliament. We made a decision that states that all PAP missions will enable members of parliament to travel in business class. This is already an improvement in terms of the treatment that we are asking for. As for Honorable Killian, we have not received a memorandum. We've received a request for admission as observer, and if you've not received that information, I asked as a decision from the Bureau that it should be brought to you. It's a very easy matter, I can reassure you, because the country requesting the status of observer is already observer at the African Union, and each Assembly of Heads of State enabled the head of state from the state to deliver a statement. So if you have not yet received the document, I will request that it be sent to you and that you take action. Coming to the issue of visas, the information that was given by South Africa yesterday is that the former chairperson of the Committee on International Relations was tasked to address this issue of the visas, because this is a matter that I raised with the host country agreement, or the annexes stipulate that South Africa should, one, grant visas to all the invited guests of the Pan-African Parliament, and two, all of those who were recruited and must report for duty. But up to date, there are 2 or 3 cases that have not been resolved. Well, we are not told that the visas were refused. I've written 4 or 5 letters, and the bureau sent more than 5 not verbal. They didn't say that the visas were not granted, but we don't get a reply. That is the problem. The people who have been recruited are waiting in their countries, and this could cause a serious problem if they don't receive these visas very soon. On resource mobilization, this is part of parliamentary diplomacy, and this diplomacy is very clear. Without money, you can't do anything, and this costs a lot of energy. Even in our national parliaments, parliamentary diplomacy is costly. If you want to be visible, well, you have to pay the price. And parliamentary diplomacy requires fundraising, because what is parliamentary diplomacy? It's a branch of diplomacy undertaken by states that is spearheaded by members of parliament, because their voices are heard internationally. As for the ratification, I have a list before me, and everything depends on you. If you want me to give you the list of the countries that have signed, I can do so. But if you consider that because you know your country did not sign, why would you want to have these countries listed? But let me guarantee that in June, I apologize.
Voilà la liste.
Here you have the list that I received from the African Union. This is the updated list. We have the names of the countries that have signed, we have the names of the countries that have ratified, and those who have deposited the instruments. They are there, and Cameroon is included among those countries that have signed and are prepared to ratify. In June, there will be a session dedicated to laws. We will discuss this in Cameroon, so there should be no doubt. We all said we are championing the ratification. We are advocating to increase the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament. Nobody ever prevented us from having an activity or to broadcast a program to talk about the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. And the list is available. You can consult it if you so please. Allow me to thank our colleagues from Rwanda for the Pan-African Parliament to be included as one of the organs to be reformed. It was thanks to them who started this measure. It's when I traveled to Rwanda, I was received by the president, and we discussed the issues that were already well advanced. And the first report was brought to the Assembly of Heads of State, and it's now up to us to decide and what I should bring to the President of Rwanda for the reform of the Pan-African Parliament. And everything what we are saying, this should be included in a document that I will take to President Kagame, as the second report should come out during the upcoming Assembly of Heads of State. So I already mentioned the issue of Sudan. We will continue to fight so that the sanctions are completely lifted. And when we were in the United States, we already made an appointment with the ambassador in charge of sanctions in New York, because the sanctions take place on two levels. United States imposed sanctions, but also the United Nations did so. And we had the opportunity to get in contact with the ambassador in charge of sanctions, and he informed us that if the US lifts the sanctions, they will go to New York so that the sanctions imposed by Canada are also lifted. And we stand ready to continue that mission so that the sanctions are completely lifted. You mentioned something very interesting about concerning our colleague and all of those who have been under attack or who were attacked. Honorable Lloyd Kansengo from Namibia, Honorable from Senegal, those honorables who have been attacked and some who lost their property. Well, where is the problem? We have not planned for these cases. Now we need to review our financial rules to take into account the cases where people see all their belongings stolen, all their clothes, and we need to be able to review our financial rules to compensate our members. Now, if we start to refund or compensate for the losses, well, people will say, well, that is not in the rules coming from the Commission. So this is a difficulty that we have. My dear colleague, as you've said, we will reactivate the regional meetings. And I ask each regional caucus to designate the country that can host their regional meetings. This is my request. If there's a country that steps forward, a country wants to hold a meeting in July, if the funds are available, then it can take place. We plan to recruit a technical advisor. This was done, and maybe the monies can be forthcoming. But we have to admit when we are not ready. If we have the funds available, our regional meetings will take place in these countries, and we will determine the themes. It's not to the Bureau to give instructions. It's the caucuses that should give that information. So we are in favor of having regional meetings take place in the regions to raise our visibility. As for internet access in the chamber, we took due note of what was said, and we trust that the Secretariat took due note so that this problem can be resolved. Another topic that I did not want to discuss here, I thought it was enough discussing it at the joint bureau meetings. We should hide nothing. We are here in public, and the issue of the per diems that is mentioned by the members of parliament is not a true debate. Since 2006, the African Union decided that not 1 cent should be paid to members of parliament. And I can guarantee that in 2016, when I took up this issue, the ambassadors told me, well, this will be your downfall. You should not bring this matter to us. And you saw what happened when we came there. We mentioned the issue of the organs of the African Union, because we cannot create anything. We can only look at the other situations. Other organs were receiving allowances. It's only the PAP members who were not receiving allowances. When we have sitting allowance, that was received by members of other organs. And we looked at the amount allocated for each organ, and we realized that in terms of expenditure, the Pan-African Parliament was supposed to receive 270 members of parliament, and we know the budget is limited, so I cannot ask for money for 100 people if we know that parliament should receive for 270 people. But they said we will receive the same amount for all. The president, vice president, and all of you. You have to make do. But the presidents and the vice presidents should at least have some allowance given their functions. But the rest of the amount was not evenly distributed. And I recognize there was an error, and I know why. And I can accept your criticism. I am responsible, and I understand where the problem came in. And someone from the Committee of Finance pointed this out, and the error was corrected. And now everything can be acceptable. And I believe that progress has been made. And we will see that we will go progressively without getting into problem with the AU Commission. We do not want to run the risk of suspension again when we determine who received allowances. Decisions are in fact taken very quickly at the level of the Commission. We don't have a lot of support as a Pan-African Parliament at the Commission. So we need to resolve a certain number of problems internally within the Parliament. It's true what was done was not correct, and I apologize. But let us see how we can improve. I'm waiting for your comments so that we can see how to bring about those improvements.
L'honorable Askia.
Honorable Askia talked and Honorable Izongo responded. If you wish, we can review the rules of procedure instead of saying that the Bureau should pay. We can give we can have committees by region. I don't know which formulation you would like to have. Mr. Asakri can contact you and try to settle the issue. People say that we are in a democracy and the ballot box has the final word. But we need to make sure that everybody is represented within the committees. Honorable Cissé, I think, talked about, or my colleague who talked about representation within the administration. Allow me to say that when we make a decision, we need to say that the decision applies to everyone. I'm happy to say today Honorable Cissé said that there was no vote, and we could not say that we agreed on the appointment of the clerk. We have a tradition in our parliament. That day, we were 109 members were in this hall. This could have been more complicated if the issue was not settled. We had actually 118, I'm sorry, 118. 19 signed the petition. I consider that the others who did not sign the petition approved the decision. The petition did not stop here. The petition was sent to the African Union. I did not make that type of decision. As long as there was no decision against a decision made in-house, the procedure continues. And that's why I applied the provisions of Article 20. After meeting the administrative provisions, the appointees took office. If tomorrow there is a decision by the African Union, we shall review our position. But if there is no decision, how can I decide on this? As indicated by Honorable Achad, this issue divided us. It's not because the clerk comes from my region I'm going to benefit from something. We need to look for people who are going to serve us, who can serve everyone here. we need to see what do we need from the clerk. We need a service, and we need to make our administration performing. The problem so far is administration. If you look at the report, you cannot have an administration where people are always sick and where people are in debt at a level of 150%. So what kind of service are they going to give? So we need to put in place an administration, and I'm happy to see that this issue is being settled. We have a plan, and people can see whether we are following our plan and what we have decided in our meetings. I can give you figures. 70% of our budget goes into salaries. So we did not have enough money for our activities. All depends, how can I call this? It depends on the initiative by the chairperson of the Commission, and we always wanted everybody to work. You asked us to do visible things. The first visible thing we need to do is to review our statutes. As long as we have not done this, everything we say here in the US people had to deal with parliamentarians. If you look at our statutes, people will not probably give us enough attention. We should all work to change our statutes, and then we will be valorized in relation to others. Here we are a body, and we are an organ that represents peoples. We are aware of the looting of our natural resources, and there was a conference in South Africa dealing with the looting of our natural resources. There is also the promotion of Pan-Africanism, and this is exactly what we are talking about here. Should Africa undergo xenophobe acts? This gives me the possibility to respond to the question by my colleague from South Sudan. I do not. This could be an act by an isolated individual, but I know Sudan and the relations between Sudan and our parliament. I believe that this was a minor incident, an incident that will be corrected. I go to Sudan with my passport, and I never had any difficulty there. So that could be just the zeal of one agent. I also went to Equatorial Guinea, and the police arrested me there for 1 hour. But the authorities, so that was not obviously the position of the government of Equatorial Guinea. I apologize to you for what happened to you, but this should not be attributed to our good friends. As regards the website in the other languages, I believe that the Secretariat is doing something on this. So the documents are being compiled, and they will be made available. When we developed our organizational chart for the Pan-African Parliament, all the work had already been done. and all the recruitment was done. And we took into account that this or that country should have a particular post. So when we prepared when we started working on organizational chart, we had to reconsider the whole thing, and we had to facilitate that appointees should take up their posts. And in all this, we gave a priority to countries which are not represented in PAP, but all of this on the basis of competitiveness and regional balance. And we need to consider these two conditions. Let's bring in competitive people so that our administration has a better performance level. So all these issues are a priority. All the invitations are a priority. And every time I go there, I always talk about the Malabo Protocol. Rest assured that to this day, 35 heads of states were met. As you may notice, this is not a question of bad will, but the question is about complicated procedures. I went to Cape Verde. The President of the Republic told me, please inform the members of parliament and ask them to give me the text so that I can sign it. So here the members approve and the president signs, whereas here is the executive that signs and the ratification comes from the members. And then once that's done, the president can promulgate the law. So we can have something from the states. Fidel, let me say that during this visit, I talked about PAP and I participated in the national dialogue in Rwanda, and I was a guest of honor. The head of state wanted me to see how dialogue was being carried out. This was a very good example indeed, and I realized that Africans do not talk much and they are ready to go for war. Now, on the question of strategic coherence, coherence is you. Every time I go to a particular country, I invite members to lobby the executive. So what type of strategy you want me to put in place? I know that in most cases, when the vice president travels, countries want to see me. One of the honorables talked about my meeting with the king of Swaziland. And there was a talk about the parliamentary forum of SADC. The speaker of the SADC Senate mandated me to meet with the president of SADC, and that was the speaker of the Assembly of Zimbabwe, Mr. Jacob. And he indicated to me that all regions had fora, but ours is not put in place. And the king invited me, and I put the issue on the table. He also said that he did not understand the delay and that everything would be done to see an outcome to this. So I received a mandate and I had to account for this. I believe that the interest in this parliamentary forum is very important and the aim is to move forward. A number of colleagues talked about the Moroccan incident. Rest assured that this incident was settled. Or found the beginning of a solution. Let me underscore, when the incident was taking place, Morocco was not a member of the Pan-African Parliament. Secondly, when we arrived, Morocco took measures to say that we should have visas in our national passports. That was logical because they did not recognize the African Union then, and the incident happened. So in the Bureau, we took a decision. We condemned this incident for the non-humane treatment of our colleague. But since Morocco is now back with us, it will take up again the Pan-Africanist spirit that we have here. If this incident happens again, we will seize the opportunity to make decisions. But in this particular case, and in terms of international law, the visa granting which you talked about is part of the prerogative of the concerned member state. So I want us to definitively close this incident and look forward. My colleague from Togo talked about frustration. Let me say that we took many decisions, and these decisions are more binding than you can imagine once a delegation arrives. And when the police are not there, the delegation cannot move. And the police were late, and that obviously was a source of tension. But we will make sure that this issue will not happen again. Honorable Diaz talked about priorities, PAP priorities. I indicated that the priority for PAP is ratification, and that's exactly what we are trying to follow up. The environment is a concern. The rule of law is another concern. One of my colleagues from Burundi talked about the issue of sanctions against our member states. And we will, wherever human rights are violated, we will denounce this. If the country does not inform us about this, we cannot do it ourselves. The Sudanese indicated how the parliament could be useful to them. So we do not neglect anything, and we do everything that is a part of our protocol. Once again, my dear colleagues, I would like to thank you very much for the spirit of cooperation and collaboration that we see growing. We are here to build something, and each one of us will put a stone in this building, the building of our parliament. Let me say that I will always follow your directives, but please note that there is a lot to be done, and we should not underestimate any aspect. As regards international cooperation, all the MOUs I signed are useful to our parliament. When we discussed with the Parliament of the Mediterranean, our first condition was the degrading treatment inflicted on African immigrants, and that they should improve conditions. We discussed this for a long period of time. African immigration is the ancient form of immigration. If you look at the Syrian immigration, it is more considered than African immigration. People are dying in Egypt, Libya, and Morocco, and nobody talks about this. And we indicated that we needed to see how we can contain this phenomenon, because we were the two continents concerned with immigration. I may be wrong with some aspects, but I always try to put our parliament at the center. You will have the financial report. You can also have the reports of the African Union auditors who audit our own officials. As I indicated, people come to me and our allowances are a decision by the African Union, and nobody can question this, and no one can take money for us to give to the president. I indicated that I do not live on favors. I'm not rich, but I am happy with what I have. I said that they did not need to give me favors, and I do not want us to be in a difficulty. We have had a very edifying exchange. I will enrich my report with all your contributions. No work is perfect, and we will continue working on the imperfections we wish to settle as we go along. I thank you very much for your attention.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have come to the end of our deliberations. The questions raised were addressed, and your suggestions will enrich the report. I submit the report of the activity report for adoption. It's adopted. I think that I have fulfilled my mission, and I now give my seat to the President. Thank you very much.
Félicitations, Madame la Présidente.
Congratulations, Madam Chair. Congratulations, dear colleagues. I wish to reiterate my strong determination to work with you all and on the basis of your advice, so that our Parliament can be the organ we want to see. I would like to invite the clerk to make a few announcements. Clerk, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 3 announcements. The first announcement relates to the issuance of African Union passports to new members of the Pan-African Parliament. And this is the announcement. At the cost of the Pan-African Parliament, there are 2 officers arriving here tomorrow from the African Union in Addis Ababa. They are coming to collect data on 12 and 13 May from the new members. And on the basis of this data, they will come back on 18 May to issue the new passports to the new members. So new members, if you need clarification on this, you can contact any of our protocol officers. But the main point is on 12 and 13 May, present yourself to the 2 officers. They'll collect the data. They'll go back to Addis Ababa, come back on 18 May to give you the passports. The second announcement is to all chairpersons of committees and to all chairpersons of caucuses. And this is the announcement. The President of the Pan-African Parliament invites you to a dinner hosted jointly by the Pan-African Parliament and the European Parliament. The dinner will be hosted by the President and the Bureau and the Pan-African Parliament, and the invitees are all chairpersons of committees and all chairpersons of caucuses. The dinner will be on 10th May from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. There will be transport from the Pan-African Parliament at 5:45. The dinner starts at 6 o'clock at the Gallagher Estate. The third and last announcement is allocation of venues for committee sittings of this afternoon. The first allocation is in respect of meetings that start at 2:30. They are scheduled to start at 2:30 and end at 4:30. These are the meetings. The Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism and Human Resources will meet in room 1. The Committee on Justice and Human Rights will meet in room 2. The Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolutions will meet in room 3. The Committee on Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability will meet in room 4. The Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration will meet in room 5. The Audit and Public Accounts Committee will meet in room 8. These are meetings taking place between 2:30 and 4:30. Other committees will meet between 4:30 and 6 o'clock. Rooms for these committees have been allocated as follows. The Committee on Transport, Industry, Communications, Energy and Technology will meet in room 5 from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. The Committee on Transport, Industry, Communication, the Committee on Health, Labor, Social Affairs will meet in room 4, again from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. The Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and the Environment will meet in room 1 from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. The Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs will meet in room 3 from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. And the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline will meet from 4:30 to 6 o'clock in room 2. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Clark. Let me add that if some of our colleagues have expired passports, these passports can be extended by the 12th and the 18th. You will have your passports, and this will help you with your travel. I thank the interpreters, the typists, the press, all those who helped us with our work. And now we have come to the end of our deliberations today. The session stands adjourned till tomorrow, Wednesday, 10th of May at 9. Thank you. This session stands adjourned.